Hey guys, Rob from Georgia here. This is the Bay of Blood podcast, and tonight it is an incredible War of the Worlds show spanning not just films, going all the way back to the radio program, and I'm even going to mention the novel, and we'll probably just spend a whole night talking about H.G. Wells's influence and impact on anything and everything else via the incredible book that he wrote. That is The War of the Worlds.
Yeah. Musical. You forgot musical.
Oh yeah,
let's talk about
and
the
that
musical.
with Jeff Wayne.
Yeah.
Jeff Wayne. I got that on the TV right now.
I love it.
You know what? I'm glad, Will. I'm glad you asked Glenn to link the. I was gonna say the illustrative one. That's stupid.
Visual.
Yeah. That is so much better to watch it like that than just listening to it.
I'll tell you what though. There's a Blu-ray you can buy.
Yeah.
And it's like I think it's like a 2014 presentation of it or something. It has Liam Neeson doing the voice of the newspaper guy and everything. And I kind of want to get it, honestly.
It's just plain awesome, bro.
It is. I mean, I love whenever they do something horror or sci-fi type stage productions.
Well, it's
I love it.
Sci-fi when you think about it. I mean, it's Qui-Gon narrating War of the Worlds, bro. I mean,
yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, I gotta ask y'all fine folks, how did the prep went with in these dark times, you know?
Went fine for me. I don't do anything anyways, so so just watching it was good.
How about
I mean, I think my prep started when I got a gift from somebody at work. That was the DVD release of the not as slick as yours, but the DVD release of War of the Worlds, and so nice having it in physical media form was nice. And I mean, I just took my time and I went back, revisited that, and went back and revisited the Spielberg version, and but then I went back, started taking a long, hard look at the original novel and the radio program, of course, and I just kind of dibble-daddled, just little. I think today was I wanted to double feature today, but I just couldn't get the time, so I did run the old one again, and while I was doing other things, and then I did watch the machine emerge from the ground for the first time in the Spielberg version. I did go back and look at that one last time.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of I think I just got I had so much fun just being able to watch other things with all this extra time, and at the same time thinking, oh yeah, I gotta spend some time on War of the Worlds, and oh yeah, let's revisit this thing. Let's go back.
Yeah, it's well spent time,
Yeah, definitely.
So I gotta ask y'all too. When I threw it on the table like War of the World show, you down? What got y'all down for it? What?
Just another reason to watch War of the Worlds. I'll take any reason I can get to watch War of the Worlds.
I think for me it was when I thought about it for a moment. With whether it's body bags or whatever, I always learn stuff about the things I'm reviewing, or when we did the Alien Fest, I in that process I learned a lot, and so I think I started to think to myself, War of the Worlds, the heck am I going to learn out of this in the next couple of weeks? And I actually I learned enough that I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to get my hands on the actual hard copy of the novel and actually read it.
It's a damn good book
from start to finish. I've learned enough that I'm intrigued by certain things, and I'm intrigued by what caused H.G. Wells to even write it to begin with. I think is we can get into that later, but just learning what inspired him was also really fascinating. So that's the beauty of these things, is the learning process. You can learn a lot.
Yeah, very true.
Yep, for sure.
And even from each other. Like by the end of tonight, it was funny. I was just telling my daughter the other day, in the last show, I think we were talking about region free, and Will, you brought up having that region free VCR.
Yeah.
And so I was able to share with her, hey, honey, sweetie, that tape of Lawrence of Arabia you got me for me, England, and now I know why I couldn't play it. And so I got to tell her about it.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that stuff existed, but that conversation we had, learned something.
So did you get a region-free VCR after it?
No, I haven't even looked to see if those things are even able to be got. Are they?
Yeah, but
Like,
you're
if I
gonna
wanted
pay.
one, I could get one.
Yeah, but you're gonna pay. Don't
eBay?
expect to get one. Well, brand new wise, I'd say don't expect anything underneath like $200.
Well, it's the sort of thing. Is what it is, right? I mean, it's an older media now, so maybe you can find a decent
Yeah, and
like used player or something.
there's not a lot around, when you would just go to any like nearby thrift store. I'm not sure you're gonna be able to find any VCR region free player for sure. I mean,
I've seen one once in a pawn shop near me. And it was
how
like
much was it?
$100.
Yeah,
$100, yeah. And it had a
new or
switch, and well, used, but had like a switch, and you could switch it from one to the other, and like if you want to watch a British thing or whatever, you flip it down, and
yeah,
the
brand
old
new
school.
one, brand new one. I'd say don't expect anything. Well, let's say let's put it this way. Buy less toilet paper and just just stack up your money.
Well, I
Or
was just
sell
thinking.
all your toilet paper and then make your money.
Then
Oh,
there,
yeah,
then
of
there are
course.
stories that Jeremy tells about going into his local Goodwill and picking up another laser disc player for $20. I mean, what has he got? Like 20 of those in his basement now, I think, in a pile. So when one goes out, he just goes out and grabs another one and puts it up. And
Yeah, but still hashtag F Jeremy. So
I've never had that luck though. And I live now. I mean, granted, I haven't scoured the city of Atlanta's Goodwill to see, but I've been to a
good,
few Goodwills
Goodwill,
close to
Goodwill.
the
I'm
city.
one hell of a Goodwill, bro.
I don't have any good at
I tell you what, I've
It's
never
pretty,
seen a Laserdisc player.
I've seen a few. I've seen a few, but they were going for pretty cheap. Actually, I owned a Laserdisc player for 2 years,
Yeah.
and well, I had one Laserdisc film, The Fly, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the only one I ever got, and I sold my Laserdisc player with The Fly for like maybe like we're talking like maybe what 6 or 8 years ago for like what like $100 or some shit.
Yeah.
Damn, do I regret it, bro?
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a laser disc player. The first disc I'd buy would be The Thing.
Nice.
Easy.
The Thing. Speaking of The Thing, that's gonna come up in what we watch, right?
Oh, of
Glenn?
course. Yeah. I watched The Thing the other night.
So
I
yeah,
love that
just
one.
just wrapping up this whole like general conversation. Y'all hype for this show? Cause I sure am.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Gonna be damn good.
So let's move on to the news.
Yep.
And now, some tragic local news. We have a report of another murder tonight. A young girl has been found dead in Rogers Park. The body was badly mutilated. Because of these murders, police request that all women stay inside their homes after dark. If you must go out, please have someone accompany you. Keep your door locked. We'll repeat that. Police request that all women stay inside their homes after dark. If you must go out,
Here's the news. Everyone's on lockdown.
Well, yeah.
That's pretty much it. I mean, nothing news coming out in theaters because
No.
all the theaters are locked down.
Everything is heading out to like video on demand. If you look at Wonder Woman 84 is probably gonna skip any theatrical release
Yeah,
and gonna be straight on video on demand.
Wow.
yeah. It's the sort of thing. I mean, I still want to see The Invisible Man, so if that's on video on demand, you can see it there. But
I think it is. Some company actually did like
yeah,
Oh, it's already
like-
out.
it's like $20 for like a 2-night rental of it or something. It's kind of very expensive.
yeah, but it's still. I mean, it's what.
Yeah, it's-
Well, I don't know about y'all, but it's what I pay to see a film in theaters. So.
Yeah, it's about that. Other than that, I don't know of any news that's happening.
Freddy vs. Jason sequel. Have you read about it?
No.
Okay,
Is-
so apparently, so yeah, Freddy vs. Jason writers still want a sequel with fresh blood.
Oh.
Like
Well,
every
again,
other human being on the planet, Freddy vs. Jason and Friday the 13th, 2009 writers Demain Shannon and Mark Swift still want to see Freddy vs. Jason 2 hit the screen one day. But in a humble turn of events, the writers say they'd like to see fresh eyes and fresh blood brought to the sequel via new screenwriters. I mean, and it's, I mean, well, that whole, like suing situation with Friday the 13th is gonna make it, difficult, but still,
Yeah.
Shannon tweeted, "We still want to get it made. We would always love to do another one, but it's always good to get fresh eyes on the material. No, we've had our we've had our day. We've written for Jason more than any other writer, I think. Let's let someone new come in and give it fresh blood."
Well, hey, I got no
mean-
problem with that if they do a good job.
Apparently everyone wants another one, and I kind of do too.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love Freddy vs. Jason.
I'd almost want kind of like a soft reboot.
I don't
Just-
need a soft reboot though. I mean, I enjoy.
Just have
I mean, we
another
did a
movie where they
commentary,
fight.
bro. Yeah, but still, we did a commentary, and look, I mean, it was a fun time, dude.
Oh, it was completely. I'd like to just see them do it again. But like I said, go like a different way, but you don't have to be, beholden to the first one.
You know what I want anyway is Michael versus Jason. It would make way more sense, I think.
Well, we kind of have it with that fan film, don't we?
Yeah, true
Which is
that.
kind of awesome.
Still, to see a big budget film,
Yeah.
well, I'm pretty sure it's not gonna happen, but still, I would love to see it for sure.
I don't know. I mean, before that, they need to get another Nightmare on Elm Street made.
Is it gonna happen? I don't think so either. I mean,
I think A Nightmare on Elm Street will happen. I don't know whether it'll be anytime soon, and I don't know how they're gonna do it actor-wise, but I think it will happen. Um, Friday the 13th is a bit more up in the air because of the lawsuit, but I think eventually that, enough money is going to change hands, that's going to get settled. Eventually.
well, I mean, anything suits you. I mean, you love the remake, so
Yeah. Yeah.
crazy ass motherfucker.
Well, here's a question.
Yeah.
Being that we do have the legality of this stuff still going on, that sort of set aside, how much do you think, or are you surprised at all that this new trilogy that is slowly but surely falling on us, Halloween, hasn't already sort of sped some of this up in terms of the other, it's sort of sibling franchises, your Nightmares, obviously Friday sort of still got problems,
Yeah.
but how much of an impact do you think the success of the next two Halloween films will have in reviving interest in, say, a new Nightmare on Elm Street, or eventually Friday the 13th, and how they go about bringing those films to the screen in light of what they've done with Halloween?
I could see them
You want to
doing
go first, Glenn, or
Yeah,
I go?
sure. I could see them doing that, especially with Nightmare on Elm Street. I'd like to just see them, take basically the same idea as the new Halloween, but do it, just from the first Nightmare on Elm Street. It's like 30 years later or whatever, and
Are we
someone,
talking soft
you know,
reboot or?
yes and no. Essentially, it would be like with the new Halloween, how it kind of ignored all the other sequels and just went right after the first movie. I'd do something similar to that with Nightmare, and you could do it so easily with Nightmare.
See, that's an interesting component of that, Glenn, because it opens up the opportunities to approach a lot of these, franchises like that. Like, could you imagine going back and revisiting a Texas Chainsaw, but jumping off of the original part two, but say 20 years after the fact?
Yeah,
It's just going to
No,
open up. It's going to open up opportunities of re-looking at these things.
I love 3 way too much to see it being retcon, bro. I love 3 so much.
but let's be honest. Every Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie retcons the movie before it.
Oh yeah, for sure. But still,
I
I
mean,
enjoy it. I enjoy watching 1 and 3 right away. I
The,
mean,
yeah,
the, the greatest injustice is pulling the rug out from under maybe one of the greatest sequels ever, and that is Halloween 2, by ignoring that it even existed. That to me is,
yeah. That
yeah,
was
yeah, absolutely, bro. I mean, Halloween 2 way over Halloween 18 for sure, bro. I mean, Halloween 2, I mean, I'm a young ass motherfucker. I mean, I'm 23 years old, bro, but it really holds a special place in my heart. That's one of the well, Halloween was one of the first true horror film I ever saw, and just to, get that, that love going for like how can I put it? I watched Halloween, the original, on one night, and the night after I watched Halloween 2, and it's like, that love that really flew so well throughout those 2 days, bro. It's just something really special for me. So,
yeah, yeah.
and is there a greater moment in any of those franchises than when the good old doctor looks at Michael in that split moment and just says, "Michael, it's time." I mean,
Yeah,
that's great. That's great
yeah,
stuff.
it really is.
Halloween 1 and 2, bro. It's just one film for me. I can't watch Halloween. Well, I used to watch Halloween. Just watch Halloween plain and simple and go to sleep. I can't do it now, bro. I gotta watch two right away.
Oh, you know what? You'll appreciate this. Some years back, when we were still working in the medium of just having a VCR to play with, and we had that awesome record button. I can't. I think it was AMC. AMC was running a Halloween marathon, and so
Was it
I
the
was
TV
watching the.
cut though?
Huh?
Was it the TV cut?
No, I can't remember if it was or not, but I don't think it. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. But it was, we were, I was right in the middle of watching it, and all of a sudden I got this brainstorm of an idea. I'm like, wait a minute. So I suddenly jumped off my couch. I went fumbling around, found a brand new blank tape, put that bad boy in there, and I started taping it. And then when we get to the end of the movie, I went ahead and paused right before the end credits began to roll. I paused it, and then when the second film began, I unpaused it so there would be a seamless, well, as seamless as that would be.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you put in the tape, and man, you got Halloween, and then Halloween 2 without any credits, man. It just literally goes right on into the next thing.
Oh man, that's
Those
cool.
were the days, man, when you
Absolutely,
could
bro.
play with your VCR like that and have fun.
And everything makes sense, bro. I can relate to this absolutely. But the only thing that is kind of not the because when you start up Halloween 2,
Yeah.
you see scenes from one when Loomis shot Michael and Michael falls off the balcony, right? So, but when you look at part 2, the scene where you see Michael just getting shot at and fall off the balcony,
Right.
you can see there's a ramp
Oh yeah.
because he falls. he falls. I don't know how the guards. Is it the guards
Yeah.
or
Yeah, the
So
railing.
he steps. Yeah, so he steps on top of it. So that's the only complaint I got about Halloween and Halloween 2. But I mean, John Carpenter, like, say what you want, bro, but god damn those films works together. Even if you were drunk, you were like, oh no, that's not how I intended it to be and shit. It just works. It just
They really
does.
do.
I bet you, and you guys already know this. I bet you the reason why they created that ramp effect was because his fall from the balcony had to be precise. And if he would have just moved himself backwards and fell over that way, he probably would have hurt himself when he hit
Yeah.
the padding
Yeah,
or
but
whatever it is that he hit.
but still, it's so obvious.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, it is. I mean,
I think what they just need to do is they just need to edit that scene, take out the fall, and just keep the scene from part
and I
one.
mean, you got Dick Warlock doing the stunts. I don't know, maybe Glenn does, but I don't know if you Rob do. You got Dick Warlock. Dick Warlock almost drowned doing the stunt for Jaws. So I mean, and he's playing Michael in Halloween 2. So
you're gonna
Yeah.
probably trash on me for saying, I don't know, maybe not, but one of the great moments I absolutely love and adore
but
is
let me just did you know that Dick Warlock was actually a stunt double for Richard Dreyfuss in The Cage in Jaws?
yeah, oh yeah, I read that in
Okay.
the trivia one time. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
that's pretty cool stuff. In fact, Warlock's got a commentary track on the Scream Factory release of Halloween 2.
Halloween 2, yeah.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. He's kind of weird to listen to though. He's kind of like, I don't know, this old guy just sitting back and probably drinking a beer, just kind of.
Yeah, he just don't I mean, and I appreciate that. I mean, he's like low key just like having a good time, just being himself, bro. That's what I really enjoy.
I love that final scene in Zombies remake where the two go over, Laurie and him go over together, but when they hit the ground and she's on top of him and she's got the gun and cycling, and then finally she lets the round off And man, when she
Oh, you mean
starts
in the Halloween
screaming,
one?
when,
In the Rob Zombie one,
yeah,
right?
when
At
she
the end of
starts screaming at the end, man,
Yeah,
that is a great moment, man.
it is.
God, she screams so well, especially at that moment. I love Zombie's take on it. I love it so much.
Yeah.
my Windows just crashed when he said any Rob Zombie film was good. I'm sorry, but it ain't working, bro. It ain't working. It ain't working, bro.
What do you got going on there?
Give me a minute.
Will, don't fall, man.
Well, you never know. It might make another. Okay.
So, Glenn, what other news do we got?
That's kind of it. I mean,
I was just kidding. It was like playing some random shit.
So is the straight to VOD thing might be the biggest news, but what kind of impact do you think do you guys think this is going to have in the long term?
I don't think it will
I,
have.
ru- I think it will, but not right away.
I think there'll
I think
always be theatrical releases. I think it might, if anything, it might speed up the amount of the amount of time in between a theatrical release and a home release. So instead of it being 3 months or whatever, it'll be down the movie will come out this weekend, and in 2 weeks it'll be on VOD.
Well, I kind of see what you mean. But I mean, it's too soon to say. I think. I mean.
Well, let me
Yeah.
ask
I
you.
mean,
Let me ask you a
like I
question.
said, Wonder Woman '84 is straight out heading to a video on demand. It all depends on how this thing lasts and how well it will do for, the movie industry, I think.
Let me ask you a question. Are you okay shelling out $20 for a movie you can't own just to watch it on your TV at home?
I'm okay if there's no theater. Because, I mean, you see it before it's available, so.
Yeah.
What I would like would be if you could get a VOD, $20 or whatever, and then when the Blu-ray comes out, you could pay maybe an extra $5 or whatever, and get a Blu-ray copy.
You know,
That would make sense, but I mean,
you know
not
what almost make
everyone's
it okay
about
though.
physical copy.
You know what would almost make it okay though.
Mhm.
For me personally, one of the things I cannot stand, and I don't do it a lot, when you rent something, even if it's a measly $3.99 to rent something, I can't stand the fact that while you have a month to play the stupid thing, you got 2 days to finish it once you start it.
Yeah, that's
Now,
stupid.
I never ran shit, so I don't know, bro.
But I've only done it a few times. But if they were, with a new release like this, say with The Invisible Man, if they said, look, if you're willing to shell out $20, we will let you basically own it for a month, watch it as many times as you want. But man, when that month comes to a close, it's done. And if you want it, you better pick up the physical copy of it when it comes. I would be more apt to pay the $20 if I knew I could watch it. Maybe not for a whole month, but I think you get the point. You'd have longer than 2 stupid freaking days.
Yeah.
That just don't make sense to me. Why you only get 2 days? You get a month to hold on to it, but then you get 2 days to finish it once you start it.
Well, I think it's not gonna be the same thing after that whole thing that's going on now, the coronavirus. I mean,
But
I think the movie, movie, the way you watch film, the way you enjoy watching film at home or even outside. Because I mean, the better example I can give you is um, drive through, not drive through, but
Drive-in.
drive-in are on a peak now.
Yes. Yes.
I have no problem with that whatsoever. If anything, I'm way down
Everything's
for
gonna
that.
change, I think.
Yeah.
Really.
You're right. This may be a game changer in ways that we can't really fully get our minds around. But I love that article you posted on the drive-ins, though. That really, I never thought about that until I read the article, thinking, you know what, people would be more apt to go out to a drive-in knowing you're in the comfort of your own car, not right next to someone else in a theater,
Yeah.
but you're still seeing something on the big screen. I love it, man. I hope it, really.
But it's thriving now. It's thriving really. So
Yeah, I hope it takes off, honestly. I mean, I never had the whole drive-in experience. I've always kind of wanted to. The one time, let's put it this way. I was going to go to the drive-in once when I was a kid. Me and this guy that I hung around with, his mother was going to take us to the drive-in one night. And wouldn't you know, it was the one day he fell off his skateboard and broke his arm.
so you never got around to
Nope. So I've never been to a drive-in. But I really liked the idea. I like the
Really?
idea also that, that you can just sit there in the comfort of your own car. You won't be hearing people like hooting and hollering and, being annoying or anything.
ever ever watch Blood Rage, bro? You're gonna be annoyed.
Yeah.
Blood Rage, anyone? No? Blood Rage?
I still haven't seen it yet.
The horror release is so cool. It's basically killing or driving massacre. Driving massacre, bro.
Oh, man.
Did Joe Bob Briggs do a commentary for that on Shudder, I think?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Probably,
part of his
yeah.
Thanksgiving marathon, maybe.
What
Will,
it com-
you go to drive-ins? Have you been to a drive-in?
I used to. We had drive-ins in Quebec City. Uh, they closed down maybe let's say 5 or 6 years ago. But I remember seeing films in drive-ins, bro. Really.
I'll make you both envious real quick. I think I
Mhm.
was 12 or 13 for my birthday. All I wanted for my birthday was I wanted to go to the drive-in on a Friday night and see a double feature of Carpenter's The Fog and that film The Legacy.
The Fog,
Oh,
aka
man.
the second best film Carpenter ever made. in
Oh
my
man, I'm telling you, as a kid,
Fog
man.
is the Fog is my number when it comes to Carpenter episode. I mean, we might as well do a Carpenter episode, but bro, the Fog is number 2 easily, right after Halloween. The Fog, bro.
It's definitely superior Carpenter filmmaking. But damn, you saw that at the drive-in?
Oh yeah, when I was a kid, I was. You know what's funny? Because I've gone.
That's
Sometimes you got.
awesome, bro. You don't realize how awesome that is.
You know how sometimes you get memories of things, and you try to think back, and you're like, man, does that work? Does that not? And then so you go really look.
PTSD.
I think what because the Legacy's older than the Fog.
Yeah.
And the Fog came out in 80, so I was 10 in 80, but I'm pretty sure I was closer to 13. So I think what happened is they brought the Fog and the Legacy as a double feature on a swing around through the drive-in circuit.
Yeah.
And I must have seen it like that because it doesn't make sense that I would have seen it at 10. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, it makes sense more that I was either 12 or 13.
What was the other film though?
The Legacy.
The Legacy.
Yeah, that's that one with Sam Elliott's in it. Him and his girl, motorcycle accident. They end up at this mansion, not by accident.
Never seen it, bro.
There's
really.
an
Poster has like a
inheritance.
cat with it, like a hand coming out of it. Yeah.
there's an inheritance thing going on, and but the reveal at the end basically is she's not there by accident.
Ah.
And it's pretty good. I mean, it has some pretty interesting kill scenes. One involves a girl swimming in an Olympic-sized pool, and when she tries to come up out of the water, there's like an invisible barrier that she can't break through, and she ends up drowning. But there are a lot of interesting kills like that it's more supernatural. But that was kind of an interesting double feature. But yeah, I remember seeing that.
We're dragging that whole news segment, so might as well jump into what we watched because I'm not done.
Do it.
Yeah.
Man, do it.
Okay.
So yeah.
So who wants to start here?
I'll go right away to say I didn't watch shit, bro. Besides that whole Water of the World prep, I'm always at the hospital.
There's something else you watched. We
Veronica?
watched it together for
Yeah, but we spoke about it on the Fear Footage episode.
I know, but we'll speak about it again now because it's
it's okay, all right. It's trash. Avoid it.
It's complete trash.
What is that?
The
Glenn
movie
Danzig?
Glenn Danzig did.
I think I heard something about that, but what was it exactly?
It's called Veronica.
Oh,
And,
what was it exactly?
I covered it on
trash.
I covered it on Body Bags.
I don't think I saw that review. I need to
Yeah.
Stay 1 meter.
Stay one Joey Ramone away from it.
Take Veronica like the coronavirus. Stay far away from it, bro.
I'll say this: like I liked it more than Will did, but I recognize
God damn, we did a commentary on it, bro. And
it's not a good movie at all.
I was literally like, the fuck is this? Waste of time. How come
you dug the first part? Admit that you dug the first part. You found that kind of fun.
For the eye nipple thing.
Yeah.
That's saying much. Eye nipple thing.
Yeah. I just love the fact that they never explained it. Chick has nipples for eyes. Eyes for nipples, I mean.
It's trash, bro.
And it
it's
never
trash.
explains it.
Stop.
No, man, I am going to
trash.
champion Veronica because it's
plain
horrible.
as trash. Plain as trash.
It's
not even enjoyable, bro.
Dude,
you know how we rate film. You know how we rate film.
Yeah.
And rewatchability is a plain ass 0, bro.
It's very low. It is. But if you like trash.
Well, if you want to kill yourself, watch it.
There you go. It's not good by any means.
No, it's trash. It's not good. It's plain and simple shit.
It is. But I'm fine with that.
I wish I could weigh
with
in
shit,
here.
But shit that stank like way too much. I'm not.
You know here's the question, though. You know what you're doing right now, Will?
Hmm?
You're giving me a million reasons why I need to watch it.
Yeah. Here's the question, though, Will.
I need to see for myself.
Here's the question, though, Will. Does it smell like Bon Jovi?
Yeah, it smells like Bon Jovi. Cause I got the habit down. Bon Jovi, Kiss, those trash motherfucking bands. It sells like garage sale. It smells. You got that perfume in your nostril. You smell the shit, bro.
It totally is. It's not good.
It's trash.
It's bad.
Say it.
I've said it. I've said it's trash. Hell, my Body Bags rating is like -37 or something.
Black Christmas remake got a worse rate. I'm sure Black Christmas remake is better than this, bro.
Dude, I would watch Veronica before I watch the Black Christmas remake any day.
Crazy ass motherfucker. Mental illness is something. Go on Patreon. I mean, $1 can help.
But of course, though, well, also though, you watched Platoon, didn't you, for the first time?
Yeah, for the first time. Platoon. What a film that was.
Oh yeah. He'd never seen Platoon.
What?
He'd never seen it, so I got pissed off and I bought him a copy. I'm like, watch it.
God,
What'd you think,
God
bro?
damn this amazing, amazing film. Amazing. It's just it's the kind of film like you mostly follow one person throughout it, but it's still like you can still see character study throughout everyone that is surrounding this one dude, and that's
Yep.
what I really enjoy.
Oh yeah, it was just a superior piece of filmmaking, really.
It's really really damn good. It's well, amazing. I mean, and it's something you kind of like. I don't know about y'all, but from the beginning of the film, that Charlie Sheen character was like, oh, what a pussy. I like, oh no, no, and the more the film evolves and you know the more the narrative drives, the more you kind of understand where where that um Charlie Sheen character stands, how he feels, about it, if you
Yeah,
will.
where Charlie Sheen stands, right behind Corey Haim.
Yeah, and cocaine.
Oh man.
But yeah, what an amazing film this was, really.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it when you said you'd never seen it.
No, I'm honestly, I've never seen it before. You bought it for me.
Yeah, and Scream Factory have a release of it. I'm saying this now for anybody listening, don't buy the Scream Factory release. Because here's the thing, from what I've read, it's a new scan, but the scan it's like no different. It's a new scan, but it's like they already perfected it with the last scan.
Okay,
So
so it's like a reissue?
pretty much all the features are the same, and
Even
like I said,
bonus wise?
all the bonus features are the same. Yeah, the only difference is it comes in a steelbook. Now, admitted, the steelbook does look good, but it's not like $34 good. And it's like a 4K scan, but from everything I've read, it there's no difference when you watch it.
Damn. So yeah,
Uh,
I
It
mean,
even has like I think it has like a lower bit rate on the 4K scan than the normal
if I gotta
Blu-ray.
say, rating wise, even if it's not horror, Platoon is a you know how we rate shit out there. I mean, it's 10 out of 10 overall enjoyment, 10 out of 10 out of 10 rewatchability, and absolute buy.
Definite. It's a classic. Like there's a reason it won Academy Awards.
What about you, Rob? Watched anything?
Yeah, just a little bit. But let me see. Let me just yeah, I've watched a lot, but I won't waste time with the stuff that I watch over and over and over. I revisited the original Maniac the other night,
Mm.
but I did with Lustig's and Savani's commentary on it.
Mm.
And I have to say, it's the is it the um, Blue Underground 30th anniversary DVD. I know it's got a great
DVD, or because the Maniac
DVD.
release I got is the one with the slip lenticular cover, the
Yeah.
latest one
No,
they did.
I still got the 30th anniversary Blue Underground DVD. It's a double DVD release.
Ah, cool.
But anyways, it's been I can't remember the last time I watched the movie, and I don't even know what really caused me to pull it off my shelf, but I guess just time, the extra time. So I have to say, man, there are scenes in that movie when the girl's trapped in the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
Holy freaking crap, is that drawn out?
Mm.
and then she thinks she's okay and she's in the clear, and
Oh,
she freaking bends over in front of the mirror. I mean, it's a cliche moment done over and over, but in that movie, man, when it's like
oh
you're like,
yeah.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
and she
it
lifts her
works.
head up
It
and he's right
it
there.
works so
Holy
well. It
freaking
Yeah.
works so well for real. Yeah.
oh! It was moments like that in that movie. I just sat there, beyond the commentary track, which was pretty cool. One of the things that they mentioned was, Lustig mentioned was a lot of the overhead helicopter shots
Mm.
of the city.
Over the city.
Yeah, those were outtake shots, not used in
It was stock footage though, right?
yeah, stock footage from Inferno, Argento's Inferno. He was filming Inferno there at the same time, and there was some sort of connection between Lustig's production of Maniac and Inferno going on to the point where they were able to share some footage with one another.
That's
And,
kind of awesome.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
it is, and so it was, a few little things like that. But I got more into the movie than the commentary just watching it. I think there were certain scenes that oh man, that bathroom scene. There seemed like there was another scene that was kind of on that level that I just thought, dang.
What I enjoyed the most about this film, if I can interrupt you for a second, Rob, what makes this film so good for me is the first half hour.
Hmm.
It's such a character study. You get to know pretty much what he is up to when he's not, going around and scalping or killing. You really, you get into the skin of this specific character, and I
That's
love this so much.
Spinelli plays him, right?
Joe Spinell,
yeah.
Yeah. It was mentioned on the commentary that his whole approach to that character was that he was a victim of child abuse,
I believe it.
and that was interesting.
I believe it too. And Joe Spinell was big on cocaine too, really big on cocaine, and he died of a heart disease. I mean, no wonder. I mean,
Yeah.
I
I just love with that movie how dirty it makes you feel. Like, you watch that movie and you feel you need to take a shower afterwards because everything feels grimy.
everything
and-
feels corona.
Yeah, kinda.
Glenn, think about the ending for a minute. Isn't there almost, and I have a hard time even saying this, but isn't there almost a Lovecraftian sort of moment in the end when when all the women sort of get to have their moment with him even though they're dead,
Yeah.
and they rip him apart? It seems a sort of a Lovecraftian touch there. I don't know if it's meant to be or not. But
Well, I gotta say I don't see it though. Maybe you guys do, but I don't see it.
I'm trying to think of a specific story
I don't see it. I see
Reanimator. Reanimator.
maybe because I see it. I see Maniac. Maniac, the way I see it, it's so grounded in reality. It's so grim. It's
Oh yeah.
low key New York, Chicago, and shit. I can't picture it.
Glenn,
Hmm.
have you read Reanimator by Lovecraft?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
remember at the end? Don't they all come back for him at the end because of
Oh,
what
yeah?
he's done?
Yeah.
See, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. I think there's something there, even if it wasn't like intentional.
Yeah.
There's definitely something there.
But anyways, I think the whole point of that was it's been a long time since I watched it, and it really I was beyond impressed just watching it. So that was cool. I also got a chance to I watched for fill-in review. Thanks to Derek, I watched Killing Ghosts versus Bloody Mary.
That's an
Have you
awesome
guys seen
title.
that?
No.
It sounds amazing.
It kind of does.
That movie, man, that was cracking up. That movie was so freaking crazy. It's a Brazilian film, and I did a review for Mikey Fish on Friday. I did it as a fill-in, and but I watched it like 1 in the morning, and it's got its homages to early Peter Jackson, early Sam Raimi, Dead, even Warcola and Dead Snow. It's got just a lot of nods. It's very over the top. The practicals in that movie are so freaking sick. And it's
Nice.
Okay,
it's
so are you telling me there's practical in it?
practical, yeah, practical effects.
There's practical. I have not seen it, but I never thought there would have been like any practical effect in it, bro. Really. I'm kind of I'm kind of amazed that you mentioned that there's actual practical effect
Wow.
in a film with this title. I mean, I would expect cheap ass CG, boring general thing, but
No,
maybe it's not. Maybe it's
no.
not.
No, what they were able to do with the amount of money they had was beyond impressive.
That's cool.
It's basically
Is it streaming or is it available in physical media though?
you can rent it for $3.99 through Vudu or Amazon Prime, I think. And you can, so $3.99 to rent, or you can, I think it's $19.99 on Amazon for the DVD. But basically, a bunch of YouTubers who make well, at least try to make their money on being ghost hunters, get a chance to basically salvage themselves by answering a call where this supposed ghost is running amok in this high school. And so they think they're going in there to basically stage yet another fake YouTube video to increase their ratings, not realizing that they're actually going to have to deal with a real ghost.
And shit goes down.
Oh, yes. Over the entire night. It is so... I'm telling you, it's like... Look, it's nowhere near as good as, say, Meet the Feebles or Dead Alive, but it's cut out of that, if you get what I'm saying.
Nice.
It's got some moments in that are just like very over.
Is it plain, plain in your face, all over the top kind of shit,
Yes.
or is it like
Yes.
low key?
Dude, I gagged like 3 or 4 times. I never gag in a movie. I gagged in that movie. I made the mistake. I was snacking on something, and I'm telling you, I thought I was gonna choke on whatever I was eating. I thought, it was
Yeah, like I said, I
nasty.
was expecting some
Nasty.
cheap CG shit.
Nasty.
It was like, I was like, oh, like I heard about it, but I was like expecting like some
Oh.
cheesy like CG shit. But now you got me in, bro.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah,
sounds good.
there's one scene where
Oh, we forgot to rate the films we watched though. So every
Yeah.
time we watch a film, out of 10 overall enjoyability, out of 10 rewatchability, and buy or rent.
that's tough with something like Maniac because
Maniac is 10, 10.
well,
buy.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Easily.
it is, but I mean, it's not the kind of movie you can't just put it in every 5 minutes and watch. It's just too.
Well, if you're a horror fan, I think you can.
That's tough.
So
It definitely is at the top there. It's everything. That movie is now I know why Moose makes such a big deal about it. The movie's amazing.
so what's your rating for the film we just thought about?
Killer Ghost versus Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
Enjoyability, it's got to be a 9. Rewatchability, it's the only thing it's got going against it. It is rather long. I think it stretches out to almost an hour and 45, and
Wow.
it really should not be that long. But thankfully, some of the set pieces that involve some of the crazy effects are so much fun to watch. It helps the time roll by. I would say the slowest part of the whole movie is like maybe the first 10-15 minutes getting in, and all of a sudden it's like it takes this weird turn, and then it's from there out it's like a roller coaster. It's just crazy fun. But I would definitely 9 for it is definitely an enjoyable film. Rewatchability, probably 7 or 8, only because I don't know if I'd want to watch it all the time, just because I'd want the same effect of watching it as I got the first time. But you definitely got to rent it. It is definitely rentable. You got to see it.
So it's not a buy, it's a rent.
Yeah, buying, because it's $20. You got to rent it first and then maybe buy if it's something up your alley. The other thing, let's see. I revisited Color Out of Space. We've already talked about that, I think.
We gotta keep this for the Love Fest show, bro.
Revisited Scanners for Body Bags Review. That's just a Cronenberg classic. Absolutely love that film.
10 by again.
Yeah, everything. I tell you, the only other thing that I really that wasn't the usual watch again for the millionth time. I opened up for the first time. I opened up my Arrow copy of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And to my surprise, I didn't realize there was a documentary in there by Stephen Thrower, the Fulci biographer, and he's on
nice.
he's on all of the newest releases of he's on the City of the Living Dead. He's got a Building Fulci City, phenomenal documentary. He's got a great one on Zombie as well, on that new release. But he's got a great little documentary piece talking about the history of Texas Chainsaw 2, and I didn't watch it all, but there is what looks to be an incredible documentary on the making of that film on that Arrow as well. So that was just a nice surprise. I didn't actually watch the movie. I got caught up with the documentary, and I didn't even get through all of it. It was so long. But it was just nice to open up something that I haven't opened up yet. And, that Stephen Thrower thing was cool because I've gotten so used to him on my Fulci movies. I didn't realize he had a documentary on that one. So I'll
always a welcome addition.
Yeah, that's cool. But really, those were the big things,
What about you, Glenn?
Me? I haven't watched too much. I watched the Violence movie and the Violence movie 2. Now, have either of you seen those?
Nope.
Okay, so essentially what it is the Violence movie was made in like
Are we talking about violence video or video violence?
No, it's called the Violence movie.
Okay.
And essentially they're the Violence movie and the Violence movie 2. They're both about like 16 to 18 minutes long, shot on video, like homages to Friday the 13th. And these were shot back when these guys were like kids. They shot them when they must have been, I don't know, 17 or 18, something like that. And now they've like grown up in Hollywood. I guess they're producers or whatever or something now. So they've released it on DVD, and they actually...
Is it Massacre Video?
No, it's I don't know who it is. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. But they've actually got it completely scored by what's his name? Harry Manfredini.
Oh, the Friday the 13th dude.
Yeah. They actually got him to come in and score these like little under 20-minute schlock things. They're not good. They're shot on video to the max, but honestly, it was like $9, and I'm not complaining.
What is it about though?
You know what? Give me a sec. I'll get the cover and just read, because the synopsis alone will tell you. Hold on a sec. Here we go. It says, shot on VHS back in 1988, with additional footage added in 2003 by teenage brothers Eric Wilkinson, who went on to produce the cult hit Jerome Bixby's The Man from Earth, and David Wilkerson, the violence movie was passed around on bootleg VHS before the term viral ever existed. 30 years later, this homage to slasher movies of the era has been remastered, well, sort of, and re-edited by the brothers themselves, and rescored by none other than legendary Friday the 13th composer Harry Manfredini for all to enjoy. So the violence movie won. Here, the violence movie won. When a deranged killer escapes from prison and inexplicably invades the home of Joey Hammond, who must fight for his life in order to stay alive. So that's the first one. It's 14 minutes long. Okay? And here's the second one. Was it real or was it a dream? For some unexplained reason, Joey Hammond returns in this action-packed sequel to the violence movie. This time, the crazed serial killer is relentless in his pursuit of the innocent Joey, with 2 times the action and 2 times the gore, 2 times the body count and 2 times the fun. It's the sequel which will keep you asking yourself, why? And that's 19 minutes.
I gotta see it, bro.
It's awesome. I mean,
I'm looking at Rob right now. He's laughing. We gotta see this, right?
It's so. I mean, the thing is, they're not good. You know, they're not Veronica level bad, but they're not good. But you can see when you remember that, you know, these were done by like kids back in the 80s. You know,
the love. You can see the love. You can see the love.
You can see the genuine, you know, enjoyment that they're having. They're having just really good time making it and everything.
The non-quarantine filmmaking ages.
Exactly. And I mean, there's a scene with like a bow and arrow for some reason. I don't know why. A guy gets his arm cut off for some reason, and it somehow grows back. I don't know.
But since you watched 1 and 2, is it 1 and 2? So 1 is on a DVD.
They're both on one disc.
Okay, so it's the violence movie.
Yeah.
And you got 1 and 2 on one disc.
Yeah, it's the violence movie and the violence movie 2.
So it's what overall? It's like 15 minutes.
It's 14 minutes for the first one, 19 for the second. So total maybe 35 minutes for the entire thing. That's why it's like $9.
Is it an Entervision release or?
No, MVD.
Oh, interesting, bro. I might have to check it out for real, bro.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. I just sent it to the messenger chat so you can see a picture of it.
All right.
You know, it's like I said, I appreciate the passion and everything that went into it. It's not good. I know it's not good. But
I can't wait for your rating though. I can't wait for it.
Okay, I'll say this, for enjoyability, this is like an 8. But I'll put a caveat in there, but it falls under the so bad it's good. For rewatchability, it's like a 5. I mean, honestly, I don't see myself rewatching this anytime soon. You know, but rent or buy, the fact that it's like $9, it's a buy. 100% a buy. And it's damn fun. It really is.
You got anything you watched lately? Because I got one thing that I watched lately that's really like tying into that whole War of the Worlds conversation.
Yeah,
so
let me just see. I just got 3 others that I've watched recently. And, well, actually 4. I don't know what none of them really fit in, so I'll just go through them quick. I watched Gags the Clown, which was a really fun movie. You know, it's that whole creepy clown sighting thing. they kind of ran with that and made a movie of it. It's pretty good. For rating for that, it's like 9, and bye. Then I watched, let's see if I can remember this title. Slumber Party Slaughterhouse. Or Slaughterhouse Slumber Party. It's the new Dustin Mills movie. That was damn fun. It's
Dustin Mill, yeah, you can't go wrong with it. I mean,
there's gore, there's nudity, there's like a demon. It's awesome. For a rating, that's like that's like 10 and by, because I really enjoyed that. That was really fun. And also by Dustin Mills, I watched The Slitmouth Woman and Other Tales. Essentially, it's just a bunch of little short films. Some of them with Dave Parker, so that's kind of cool. It was fun, but it wasn't as good. That's like a 8, 6, and you know what? Bye. Support your indie filmmakers. And the last one was I watched the Night Stalker, based on
Richard Ramirez.
No, Kolchak the Night Stalker, the movie version of Kolchak.
Oh, okay.
And that was
Night
awesome.
Stalker is Richard Ramirez, so I was like,
not that one. No, Vampire in Las Vegas. It was awesome. And the Kino release was actually pretty damn good. I got it for like $9, so I was really kind of pleased with that. For that one, that's like a 9, 10, and buy.
damn, good shit,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah. And then of course The Thing.
Yeah, the thing.
Watch The Thing. 10 buy. Everyone knows The Thing.
Rob is all about that 10-10 buy, I'm pretty sure too.
Yep. Considering we can see the poster right behind him, yeah.
And if you look real close, you can see the ticket from where I got to see it on the big screen too.
Oh, that's nice.
Lucky bastard, bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
For me, I mean, like I said, I mean, I work in a hospital, so shit is pretty crazy now, but I actually got around and watched 3-episode War of the Worlds series,
Nice.
the BBC series. It's semi-French, semi-English, but you can find it in English too. What it's about is actually, what if War of the Worlds took place in 1905?
Nice.
So that's really interesting. I mean,
Yeah, closer to the original timeline for sure.
yeah, absolutely. You got no like big ass army. You got no like, jets. You got nothing, pretty much nothing. Nothing about nothing. The army is just trying to cope with this shit. But there's actually not much of an army, if you will. I mean, they are just like testing, guns and what they can do with this kind of situation, and it's really, really good. I mean, it's so, let's put it this way. I mean, War of the Worlds in 1905. So there's no tank, there's no missiles. How do you say it?
Missiles.
Yeah, there's no missiles. There's pretty much nothing, and we're like, the way it's played out, it's like, it's just people, trading, bread for money. I mean, there's absolutely no decent, technologies, or any resources available around them, if you will.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the first attack, if I can just to summarize it, I mean, the first attack takes place when all the people are like gathering into a church or some Christian like facility or some shit, and
Mm.
that's the first time you actually see the tripod just like lit go on his leg and decimate like every single one of them. And it's
Right.
pretty cool to see an adaptation of the War of the Worlds. um what if this shit took place back in the days? Because I mean there was no, reliable, like I said, technology or medias or anything of that sort. So I mean it's pretty much, okay, we got horses, we got bread, we got Christianity, and we got streets. What are what are we doing? And it's a 3 episode run. It's just 3 episode, but
Mhm.
it's so damn good, and it's really a different take on what we're gonna talk about later, but it's really worth it. I mean, just take that concept of, that whole war of the world slash end of the world, but that shit happened in 1905. So I mean, we got, I mean, that shit happened, like if that shit happened like nowadays, we would try it. Well, we got the army, we got firepower, we got the atomic bomb, we got some shit,
Mhm.
that we could try. But 1905, just imagine living in 1905. What are you gonna like rely on, like religion and shit, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's really what it's all about, and it's 3 episode. It's not even like a full series, just 3 episode, and it's in your face, and it works really well for what it is. So
Cool.
rewatchability, I see it as a film because I mean it's let's say it's let's say it's a 3 hour film. It's a TV series, so of course it's not the fine CGI you're used to,
Mhm.
but I'd say overall, I'd say 8. Rewatchability, I'd say 9. Really, it's really
Nice.
really good. It's original. It's taking something that's already there, but doing something else with it. So I always enjoy it. So a 9. Buy or rent, buy, but there's no DVD or Blu-ray of it, so that's kind of sad.
Well, I'm sure one will pop up eventually.
And that's the BBC one that just came out.
Yes, the BBC War of the World show. Yeah.
And I do believe
Nice.
you can see the first episode for free as well. I haven't, but I thought I saw it somewhere, whether it was Amazon Prime or somewhere like that. So somebody was, it was that being advertised as watch first episode free.
What's so good about it is, if you I mean, it's kind of weird to say, but well, we'll dig further into it when we get to the original War 53 War of the World film. But when you think about it, we're talking about 1905.
Yeah, bring
So
that up
I
some
mean,
more, Will.
to see you know to see some advanced war machines dropped on Earth would be scary enough nowadays, and especially back in 1953. But imagine that shit in 1905, how powerless you would be.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just kind of just getting into like modern firearms by that point, aren't you?
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure that you don't have any like automatic
It,
weapons or anything.
yeah,
Like,
and even
It's
if automatic or huge firearms are useless, like if they were useless, well, let's say it's a big cannon, big like in multiverse thing,
mm,
if you will. If like regular firepower or just plain as like weapons of mass destruction couldn't do anything about it, like to get yourself in that 1905 setting is even more scarier, I think.
mm. Yeah, I mean, it definitely falls more into the, what's the word I'm looking for? It's more of like it's not even really a war at that point. It's just kind of like pest control.
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's Italy's invasion of Ethiopia in the 30s.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
Alien versus coronavirus. That's what it is.
Oh
That
man,
stuff's not funny. Well,
no.
But still, I really recommend it. It's really good. It's 3 episode. I mean, it's
I'm
not.
intrigued. I'm intrigued. I want to see it.
It's
Yeah.
3 episode.
When we actually get into this thing, bring it up some more in comparison to the other ones we're talking about.
Well, that's the kind of thing I can't compare it really. I can't compare it to the 53 film or the remake or even the broadcast, because when you think about it, 53 or the remake 2005, I think the remake, right?
Yeah.
2005 remake. There was no like broadcast or some shit or of any sort of the matter or anything like that. We don't know if there was actually like a broadcast, if the broadcast was canon in the Spielberg film or even in the 53 film, because the broadcast happened in, help me out there,
38.
38. So yeah.
Yeah.
But now we're in 1905, so it's pretty much like there was no broadcast, there was no, aliens were not something like that. Man never got to the moon. Man didn't know shit about space. So it's really its own thing. It's really good. If I can't recommend this thing enough, it's really something good.
Cool. And hell, it has Robert Carlyle in it, so that's reason enough to watch it.
Yeah, if you can get around and watch it, I highly recommend it. Really,
Cool.
I really do. It's really amazing. Rob, I'm sorry I didn't tell you to watch it because I told Glenn, but apparently he couldn't find it anywhere. But
I could find 2 parts of it. That was it. And I didn't want to watch just the first 2 parts and not watch the third.
but damn, is it good? It's really in my opinion, like well, the more we talk about it, we'll get further down to it. But it's really, in my opinion, it's the scariest version of the War of the Worlds ever put on screen.
Wow.
Because there's, like I said, there's no army, there's nothing.
Yeah. We'll talk about that later, the terror factor and how that is played out over the course of the different versions of this. For sure. There was one thing I actually revisited the other night that I forgot about. I rechecked out Rec 4 Apocalypse.
Ah, yes.
Please. That's one of the best franchises out there, man. That Rec franchise.
Hell no, bro.
What are you, a quarantine fan?
No, I'm not a quarantine fan. I'm all about Rec 1 and 2, bro.
Oh, those are great. But I love 3. 3's freaking awesome. The whole wedding thing, I love it. I absolutely love it. I love 4, how it takes a character. You didn't know the character in 3, but a character that was part of the scenario in 3 and brings them together on that boat. I thought it was an interesting way to tie things up towards the end. I'm not sure how I feel about the very end of Apocalypse, but it was fun just breaking into the box set that I have, and that is a great box set to have from Scream Factory.
Yeah.
I still have to buy it though.
And I'll tell you what too. There was a girl. I posted this the other night when I watched it, and a girl had commented on my post and had no idea that there was even a part 4. So it's funny. I know sometimes, we think about posting what we're watching or not watching, but I'm telling you, sometimes we'll post something and think, everyone's seen this, it's stupid, I'm not going to post it. But then there's someone out there who didn't even realize there was a fourth part in that series.
Hey, I'm sorry, but you know what I'm saying about this?
I
Stop it. Get some help.
Would you say, Will, break time? You need a cigarette? I thought that's what I heard. I am almost 50.
It's the
no,
sort of
four,
thing.
four. I can't stand 4. Really. I mean,
4 is enjoyable. It is enjoyable. It's a fun movie.
it's dumb fun. If you see it
fun,
as
though.
dumb
It's
fun.
fun.
If you see it, yeah. If you
It's
see
a
it as
containment.
dumb.
It's a containment film on a ship. There's nowhere to go. It's.
Well, you were like what are you, like a quarantine fan? Quarantine 2 is actually good.
I've never seen it.
And it's a containment shit, bro. It takes place in an airport and shit. You can't say I'm wrong. It's literal.
We need to stop remaking great foreign films and just leave the foreign films alone.
Absolutely, but
This
still,
freaking
they
talk
are
about
out
redoing
there. They
Train
are
to
out
Busan
there.
is stupid.
Yeah, absolutely, but they are out there. We're gonna watch them because we're horror fans.
Yeah.
And it's true. I know it hurts, but it's true. You can't say I'm wrong, Rob. It's true.
You're right about one thing. Well, Rec 1 and 2 is freaking. Those two films are awesome, man.
I prefer 2 over 1 personally.
I think that's kind of what I think that's kind of what the problem is with the Rec series. Parts 1 and 2 are so good that parts 3 and 4
and they go well together.
Yeah.
They go well together compared to 3 and 4, not so much.
Well, the thing is, 3 and 4 feel, how can I put it?
Like an Elseworld tale, literally.
Well, it's like this. It's kind of like this. It's like where Rec 1 and 2 is kind of like your Halloween 1 and 2, but then Rec 3 isn't quite your Halloween 3, but it's definitely set off to the side. Something that's happening. It's another event that's happening, but it's taken away from where you've been from the first two films.
Yeah.
And then
problem is
the fourth tries to tie things up,
but problem is they're not enjoyable.
I don't know. I mean,
hey, Will, let me ask you this, or Glenn too.
Yeah.
Okay, you get to that point in Apocalypse where they start theorizing what is the genesis of this whole issue, and I think that kind of, I don't know, it kind of
went the plain ass explanation stupid way.
I think what could have been cool is wasn't like initially their thought was possession initiated, but then it ends up turning into a parasite.
Yeah, it's like a plague of.
Yeah, I like
the way I see it is like a plague of possession, but like fucking up your DNA, if you will, or some shit,
See, that's where 3 fits better into that possession thing because it plays off of that.
Yeah.
And then 4 just takes that weird turn of, oh no, it's like
ridiculous and
brain damage. Remember brain damage with the guy's got that
Elmer, the Elmer worm, but it's not brain damage. It's just so.
I'm not saying it's brain damage. I'm just making an analogy.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but it's. I mean, I can see what you mean, but damn, we went from something so good and yet so simple with 1 and 2, and it became.
You know what it seems like to me?
Something else entirely.
This is what it seems like to me. I know part 1 and 2 and 4 were all directed by the same guy. 3 was someone else directing. It almost feels to me like they did parts 1, 2, and 3, and then I don't think 3 did as well. And I think they said, like, quickly, we got to get a 4 out, and we got to tie this all together. It felt 4 felt a bit rushed to me.
Absolutely, bro. But for me, I mean, laugh out, laugh as much as you want, but 1 and 2 for me. I mean, 3 and 4 is because 1 and 2 were all about that dread, that there was like a serious like sense to it. When it
Yeah.
comes 3 and 4, I really don't see it.
Mm, well, yeah. Well, 3 goes in a completely different direction. No. I mean, hell, you got a guy wearing armor at one point, which I kind of dug, but
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Paco Plaza directed the third part.
yeah. And, I get the feeling that it strayed too far from what people really wanted. So they were like, well, let's get a fourth part out and like tie it all together. So,
I actually like it though. I enjoy it.
oh, it's
But
fun.
it's such radical, you know um everything, it's a radical
Departure.
change of tone and departure from 1 and 2.
I think that's the problem with having 2 really good movies right at the beginning.
And so you know what the it's gonna happen again when The Conjuring 3 finally comes. We're gonna wish we had James Wan on that freaking thing.
Yeah, probably.
Not sure. Not sure about that. Because I mean, I love Conjuring 1. I thought Conjuring 2 was okay, but Conjuring 2 was nowhere as good as Conjuring 1 was.
Oh, what? No, I love the Conjuring is a great film, but I just think
Conjuring 1
Juan
with
could have wrapped it
Shiva,
up around.
it's so scary, bro. It's so effective and
Yeah.
yet simple again.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing people tend to forget. The simple things are usually the best.
Oh yeah.
And it's
As-
true. It's true.
Yeah, I mean, as you go on, you start like people like, oh, you need like a more complex story and everything. It's like, no.
Yeah.
No, the more simple, the
Look how
more realistic, I think.
Look how simple Halloween is.
Yeah,
It's
and
a bona fide freaking classic.
yeah, and what makes it scary and good is the fact that there's no reason for what he's doing. He's just going there slashing people up. There's probably some reason in his head. We don't know what it is.
But we don't need to.
No, exactly. We don't need to know. Once you start fleshing everything out, they can become more fun.
Hey,
Definitely.
simplicity can come across as genius if it's directed the right way, executed the right way.
Yeah. Well, perfect example. The remake of The Fly.
Oh,
It never explains why. It gives you the basics of like why he gets fused with a fly, but it's never like, like, oh, like this, he's trying to do this and he's going against nature or whatever. It's like, no, it's just he's trying to do what he did and he got fused with a fly, and now he's
Simple yet effective, and
exactly.
even more with the original. I think even more with the original.
Yeah.
I mean, look how great Black Christmas is, and that's a pretty simple film.
Oh,
The latest one.
No, the original.
Well, the latest one's a pretty simple film as well, but not for the same reason. It's just simply bad.
The Black Christmas. Yeah. The rating again?
Minus 476
out of 10.
Out of 10. I'm just like, we'll take the cast of that, we'll put them in front of an Imperial Star Destroyer, and just everyone fire on those people.
Yep. Annihilate it.
Yep.
So,
and it's out on Blu-ray and DVD now.
Yeah, and I won't be buying it or renting.
I just find it funny, like they release it when like everyone's like on lockdown.
Yeah, so they won't have shit to do, so
yeah,
we'll get somebody.
Yeah, we'll get someone will buy it. Not if you're smart. Not if you're smart.
War of the Worlds. Where did it begin? How does it influence like filmmaking or book writing? throughout the years, or even musical adaptation. I mean, War of the World is a big deal. War of the World is criminally overlooked. It's something everyone is all about Lovecraft and shit, but H.G. Wells is really a legend in itself, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Rob, you want to get around with that book?
Sure. As a result of a conversation Mr. H.G. Wells would have with his brother, as he talks about, in 1898, if we can go back that far, his first edition
Yeah,
in the
damn,
U.
that's awesome.
His first edition of this book, War of the Worlds, will be released in the UK, and we know the story. Really, the impending invasion from Mars, hence the word Martian, right? Um, would really is a it's a war of extermination, and the question is in H.G. Wells's mind, is humanity up to the task of defending themselves against such an onslaught? Really, as far as a synopsis, in terms of the book, the invasion is southern England, and it's really driven by two brothers, one in London and the other in Surrey, which is southeast province of London. And but the invasion is southern England, and in
And what
terms,
we gotta say though is this book was translated in over 56 language.
Mm.
That's
pretty
saying that's
that's
saying much.
that's saying a lot. Just a few things about the book real quick that I came across. Actually, this is part of what they termed back in the day in as invasion literature. Um, there was, people in England were a little freaked out by the idea of being attacked, say, by Germany, and there was a book or two that actually came out that played with those fears. But H.G. Wells relates that in a conversation with his brother, in talking about British imperialism, colonialism um, of Tasmania, when the British showed up there, as a result of their presence, the Tasmanian indigenous people were not prepared. And we've heard this story before, but were not prepared for the diseases that the British would bring with them. And so nearly the entire population of the indigenous peoples would nearly be wiped out. And so out of this conversation with his brother, just talking about this sort of heavy-handed thing, his thought was, what would happen if Martians showed up in England and brought that same sort of devastating effect, and they could not fight back? And so this really is birthed out of this sort of self-reflection of his own country's imperialism and
Oh yeah,
colonialism.
absolutely. That no mercy mentality, if you will.
Yeah. Um, and so is interesting. And in fact, there's a period known as the Black War that takes place between, the mid 1820s up to 1832. But what's really fascinating that I did not come across in reading, but I kind of just knew this, in 1853, the Crimean War will break out, and that will really begin to introduce a few things to the scene. One, photography. Images from the war front will start coming home for the first time in terms of what the front looks like, almost in real time, not quite real time. But then the advancement of technology is also moving. You got the machine gun is developing, and you've
Yeah,
got
moving forward,
yeah.
absolutely.
So you've got a scenario in the in the Crimean War, where you do have old-fashioned cavalry charging into more of a mechanized line and just getting mowed down. You'll also see, even in the American Civil War with the siege of Vicksburg, a trench mentality. So these things are beginning to be played out in a sense. But
I see it as the automatic firepower era, if you will.
Yeah. If H.G. Wells brought anything with his novel, though, is such an early, 1898, such an early moment, is how he envisioned total war, and how, in effect, whether he meant to or not, he foreshadowed what was going to happen in World War I, and even more to affect World War II, because a lot of the imagery you get there is straight off the pages. And and some of the things that come out of the book, and here's where I thought maybe at some point you might be able to bring in your the BBC the new adaptation. Just a couple of things that I picked up from looking at the book from a distance. There's this notion of chemical warfare, right? Black smoke is what it's called.
Absolutely. Black smoke is exactly what the tripods are using to decimate the people in that BBC series.
Okay. So. And even and we'll get there, but even it's mentioned again in the radio broadcast, but it's not mentioned in the 53 version. It's not mentioned in the Spielberg. And that's a little disappointing in a way, because I can't imagine visually what that could have looked like had Spielberg integrated that idea into his film. But we'll get there. But this issue of black.
Well, we gotta say that Spielberg film was done not long after 9/11, like we spoke. So I mean,
we'll get there.
So I mean, I kind of get that. That just dust feeling, that whole gray, background, that whole gray will cloud over everything besides the black. I can see this though.
Yeah.
The other thing that was interesting is the description of the aliens, the Martians themselves. There is, like the narrator says, there is as big as a bear when they crawl out of their capsules, which is kind of scary in a thought, because when you look at them in the 53 version and even in Spielberg's version,
throw a piece of wood, they'll go out running.
This is not the creature you see crawl out of the capsule in the original novel, so that's kind of interesting. The other thing that's really interesting in looking at it from a distance is these machines can be brought down in the novel, and they are. The machine that is in the river Thames is actually brought down. And so that's kind of interesting. Redweed, of course, will be seen in the Spielberg version. But the other thing that was kind of eerie is these people will get put to the extreme food deprivation.
Who will survive? That's who will survive.
Well, there's a scene where a family's pony gets confiscated for food. I mean, things get dire for southern England during this invasion. And so it's kind of interesting. The picture he paints is one of, it is something we're going to see on both the Western and Eastern fronts in these two world wars coming. And I don't know, it's like War of the Worlds is almost kind of like signaling the warning bell that if we don't
whistleblower. Yeah.
If we don't do something here real quick, we're going to find ourselves in a situation not so different than where we are right now. And maybe maybe in effect he's just seeing it from British imperialism and colonialism. Now it had its good moments, but it also had its devastating moments.
But it still makes sense. It still makes sense. Everything adds up so well.
No, it does. It does. The biological component of it. It's interesting when you look at how the Martians actually leave Mars and get to Earth in the novel. And I think in the radio broadcast, they're the tubes are like exploded out of artillery pieces on Mars. Cannons shoot them, and they'll
They land
crash.
straight up.
Yeah, crash land in Earth, and then boom, the capsule. They start to. Well, that was the other thing is when the aliens in that book, when the aliens first start seen coming out of the capsule, immediately it's observed that they are struggling in our atmosphere, and so they quickly crawl back in and start to build up their machines, and then they begin. So it's almost like an early foreshadow that don't worry, there will be an end at its proper moment. We just got to take some time.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of get what you're saying, but I love the fact that especially when it comes to like movie adaptation or like a visual adaptation, if you will, to get those alien, like you don't see though these kind of weaknesses, well, beside that 2 per 4 wood thing with the alien in 53, but you don't know what we're against, um and there's no, well, when you start, 53 or even 2005, um you don't know, or even that BBC series that I mentioned, there's no weakness to them. They are just plain as superior, and that's what I love, and I'm kind of glad they left that out of the films, if you will, because it wouldn't be as effective, I think, if you would like right away like include like some weakness or some weak point to their technologies or some shit. I don't think it would have worked as good as it did.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm hearing it. Glenn, any thoughts on the book or anything?
I absolutely love the book. Been a long time since I read it, but one thing I always remember from it though is just how well it uses like description. Because I mean, let's be honest, like a lot of what happens in the book happens. I'm going to use a film term. It happens off screen. You know, like you hear about
Up
like the
in the air,
aftermath.
up in
You
the
know,
air, and you just kind of picture it yourself, if you will.
yeah. Well, it's like it's just a really well written book, honestly, and it's one I think that should be taught in schools.
Absolutely, regarded as one of the greatest sci-fi books of all time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, especially like, yeah, I don't know, like more so than I don't know what they teach in schools anymore. It's been a long time since I was in one, but like when I was a kid, they used to like have people read Lord of the Flies at one point. I'd be like, yeah, okay, sure, but throw War of the Worlds in there instead. It's better use of narrative and everything.
And War of the Worlds, I mean, it's so iconic. I mean, I can remember like when I was young, some French, Canadian artist did something with whatever was going on in Quebec City at the time, some drawings, and he I could right away see that it's a tripod. It's War of the Worlds. It's War of the World is so iconic. Is the War of the Worlds? Let's put it this way: War of the Worlds, and it's only fitting with what is going on now.
Mm.
War of the Worlds is simple yet so accurate to how people can, especially going into those films, how people don't see a threat, uh, the fear of the unknown, is not really there with big corporation, or we can handle this, we can handle that. Just look at the 53 film. Oh, we come in peace, so just wave the white flag and we'll be all right. And it's just something like, it's just a bomb that is gonna go off and you just don't realize it. And that's what I really love about it. And I don't. What I think is why they don't, you know, um, you know, um, um, they don't talk about this book or this particular like story. Is It's so grounded in reality, and when you think about it, replace the well, better example that I can get that I can give you. The, replace the invaders from Mars with the virus from China, and the virus from China. Everyone's like, oh no, white flags, everything's all right now, and everything goes down for it. And I think they don't um really speak about it in school or some shit like that, for the scare factor that's behind it. Because it's pretty scary when you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Well, go ahead, Glenn.
Oh yeah. It is. I mean, it's I remember when I first read the novel. You know, I don't know. Like, there's a scene near the end of it where he's just kind of like in a basement. He's like hanging out there, and he's like, you know, you can tell stuff's going on around him, but he doesn't know what it is, and it's almost like you don't want him to come out and see.
Stay inside, absolutely. You
Yeah,
don't want to see it, but you kind of, at the same time, you want him to see it so you know what he saw.
yeah, yeah,
Hey, Glenn,
yeah.
isn't there a scene? Do you remember the scene in the book where aren't they traveling in a horse carriage and get attacked by a mob of people trying to take it from them?
I'm
And
pretty
rob
sure. Yeah,
everything.
yeah,
Yeah, it's and you got that issue of mankind turning in on of itself because of, like you said, Will, fear.
mhm,
Fear drives, and even here I mentioned that earlier in our talk just how we've had a few isolated moments down here where people are fighting over toilet paper and attacking each other. Now, thankfully, they're isolated moments, but it's this idea that well, it's funny. It's like in the movie The Mist, when the comment is made that when the lights are on, everyone does pretty good, but turn the lights off, and
oh
everyone will
yeah,
just turn in on one another.
It's chaos,
It's
bro.
that
yeah,
fear thing, and we're seeing it with coronavirus. Where we would see it, in the case of an actual invader. It's this when you're faced with the unknown and faced with fear. There's a whole, like you already said, Will. There's a whole ton of
Paranoia, I
stuff you got
feel
to
like.
deal with.
Paranoia just take its stand with each and every one of us. I mean,
And you know what? Will, take it another. I've heard of. I can't tell you how many times now I've heard somebody say, they've accidentally coughed in public, and they'll get 3 or 4 people stare at them, thinking, "Does he have it?"
oh yeah, yeah.
It could just be a normal clearing your throat cough, but the impact is, does he have corona?
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
I mean,
But
that's
the
Well,
where.
way I see the show we're doing tonight, is so, well, not, well, it's not really like legit, like, oh, War of the World is coronavirus, but the way everyone, like I said, everyone was like spreading that false flag, false information, false, fake news or anything, and like, oh no, no, it's not gonna happen here and shit, and everyone was like waving that white
Yeah.
flag. Oh, it's not here, but still, everyone is getting annihilated, bro. So I mean, it just makes sense, I think.
Yeah, and if you're not being literally touched physically, you're still being impacted by everything going on around you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know. Yeah,
I
I
saw
like the whole.
someone post on Facebook today, and they said, "Has it become socially acceptable to punch somebody if they cough on you?" And the funny thing is, I was thinking about it. I'm like, they probably wrote this as a joke, but there's probably people that actually think that.
I would still
Probably.
do it, bro.
They're like, you cough on me, just deck them one.
So yeah, we jumping into that broadcast
Yeah,
segment.
let's do the broadcast next.
Yeah.
How effective was it? I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Yeah, for
The
sure.
first time I heard about this broadcast, and blame my dad, blame my dad. I got a 68 years old dad. I'm 23, so I got a elderly coronavirus uh dad, if you will. He is like isolated now. It's too dangerous for you, dad. Stay inside. Lock your door. But still, the first time I heard this broadcast, I was now I'm gonna blame my dad though, because I was like maybe 8 years old or some shit, and it's around the time that I discovered horror, and my dad had this broadcast on some cassette. Back in the days when cars had cassette players.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He was like, "Oh, well, in French, of course," but he was like, "Oh, let's check what's going on around the world now."
Oh my god, are you serious?
I'm serious, bro. So, and I remember we were on vacation because we were traveling to Riviera de Loup, well, in Quebec City. Not well, it's not far from Quebec City. And he played this shit. I was like, and I remember my mom saying, "Oh, don't play this. Don't play this. If you're with him, don't play this." And I was like, "And the fuck they are talking about?" And I didn't realize what my mom was talking about. So we were traveling to Riviera de Loup, and I was like, "Oh, alien. Oh, we can't see. Oh no, now they are decimating tanks now." And really, I was like, okay, so now we're going to a shelter, right, Pop? We're going somewhere safe, right? And it's about a 2 hour 15 minutes drive or some shit. And I remember my pops used to do some, like he'd stop to some thrift store or to some gas station just so we can pause the program and get right back to it when we when he was driving. So yeah, fuck you, Dad. But still, I was scared so shitless. And when we got there, I was like, okay, are we safe here? Are we safe? And I was like looking at everyone like it was like a big camping site. I was like, oh, everyone's like low key like building their camps and like drinking beers. Like nah, they must be stupid or some shit. And I was like, Dad, you want like we should go like further down the woods so they can see like the lights and shit. And my pop was like, "Oh, I was just kidding, bro. I was just not bro, but son. I was just kidding. I was just kidding." And it was like, "Oh, really?" But I can't remember that I didn't believe him when he said I was kidding. I was like, "Nah, it's too real to be a joke. It can be just a joke, especially because it was like I said, it was the broadcast on cassette, but in French. So it was
Yeah.
too real for me, and he was like, you know, just joking with me like, "Oh, we're gonna switch channel. What's on?" And it's still the War of the Worlds. So you know, so yeah, that's how I got introduced to the War of the Worlds. And lucky me, what he did is some French company published a War of the Worlds comic back in the days. And it's like it got published maybe like in the mid 70s or some shit. And when we got there, because I couldn't sleep, my dad was like, "There you go, read this, you'll see. It's just a joke." And that well, that's part of why I love horror so much. I mean, and I spent my night just flipping the page over and again, and just like you know, reading it and doing it again and doing it again because I love the image of the flying saucers. The flying saucers was like, oh damn, that's so cool. That's crazy. That's something you don't see much, not at all. So that was pretty cool for me. And when we got back home, that's where he was like, oh well, now son, you're ready. Part of the World 53.
Yeah.
So that's how I got introduced to War of the Worlds. What about y'all guys?
I don't have anything as interesting as that. I saw the movie when I was a kid. That was pretty much it. And I liked it. And then years later, I heard the broadcast. I actually heard it on a documentary. It was this documentary. And essentially, what it did is it would play part of the broadcast, and then it would have like some talking heads, like talking about what was happening.
Talking as the band?
Yes. Well, they'd be like, oh, like, Orson Welles at this time was like, had like how, and talk about the history of it, then do the next part, and then so on and so forth. So the first time I actually heard it, it was all like broken up, but then,
Yeah.
the DVD, had it on it, had the entire thing. So I remember sitting there with it on and just listening to it and really digging it. And it was awesome.
About you, Rob?
Yeah, nothing is nearly as interesting either. It's War of the Worlds, the broadcast at least. It's always been one of those things that is set on the periphery, and I've never really I mean, knew of it. But I never took the time to actually sit there and listen to it. And so, really as a result of this show, just being able to, with a serious mindset, sit down and just really listen to it. I mean, I would have heard clips and stuff of it as a kid, but it never really played an important specific moment in my life at all. It was just something I knew of. As I said, just kind of sat on the periphery of things, and I would hear a clip or so once in a while, but I never really invested myself to actually sit and listen to the whole thing. And so I have to thank you, Will, man, for this chance to talk about it tonight, because I listened to it multiple times, and in fact, listening to it in the car today, more than the movies, my way up to run an errand at my wife's store today, just hearing it, we talk about that terror factor, and there's moments. I think the most terrifying moment to listen to in the broadcast is the description of the black smoke moving, and
Yes, and decimating everything.
yeah, and the thousands of people are fleeing, and whoever the black smoke touches, they just drop like ants. They just drop.
Absolutely. It's an
Whether they have a mask,
anxiety inducing.
yeah, and whether they have a mask on or not, it doesn't even matter. You can't be prepared for it. It's something that's not. It's never been, it's never been experienced before, and they have no defense against it. And this I don't know, just listening to that part and thinking about the moment we're living in today and the fear of not knowing where it is, or, will you become exposed because you walked into a store for 5 minutes to grab, package of toilet paper or whatever. I mean, it's just this idea of not knowing when and where and if, and, you can socially distance, you can take, precautions to a point, but I mean, unless
There's no escaping it.
yeah, and there's no, and that, I guess, just the imagery of that black smoke and how disappointed I think I was. It's interesting. I've always sort of kind of liked the Spielberg movie until this, prepping for this podcast. Now I don't see that movie nowhere in the way that now there are moments. I mean, we'll talk about the post 9/11 effect and stuff that are interesting, but when you go back to the novel, when you listen to the broadcast and you think about how terrifying, there are moments that you imagine, and then you suddenly
Especially
find
back in the days when it aired.
oh yeah, and or as you're a little kid at the turn of the century reading this book for the first time with a flashlight underneath your covers. I mean,
or with a dumbass dad that shows you did
that. But it's I thought, listening to the radio drama, I thought, the Black Smoke, I thought that really stood out to me. But the role of the media also, and how we look at the media today, and listening to, it's funny when the media, the main guy there almost gets into, not an argument, but he's sort of going around with the scientists about what he thinks he's observing happening on the surface of Mars, and what the scientist is trying to deflect as, oh, really, that's nothing.
And both of them were so wrong.
Right. But I guess the media, I don't know. It's like I saw the media in this broadcast as sort of more antagonistic in terms of spreading fear in a way that we've seen even the media spread this corona fear, maybe spending more time on the, I don't know, the shock value of it, and not the
you know about that song, my Corona, my Corona.
Yep.
Well, yeah, absolutely, it makes sense. Absolutely, 100%. I mean, it's.
Well, I was just gonna say, the scientist that you hear talking, who's trying to sort of, well, really not, there's no, Mars can't support life. There's no life up there. Well, then how do you account for this and this and this? Well, I can't. I don't know. But that guy, listening to his voice, who it reminded me of? The guy that we hear on the TV talking in Dawn of the Dead, who's trying to explain.
Oh, so
true. Yeah.
So true. So absolutely.
Dude, he sounded just like, all I kept thinking was that I kept on envisioning that guy's, oh, that was so funny. I thought it was the first thing I thought it was.
Absolutely. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, absolutely.
and it's too, because we see him in the Crazies too.
The George Romero one, yeah.
Yeah, and Romero's, we see him in there. But his role in Dawn of the Dead, when you see on the TV trying to explain to people what's happening, I don't know. The voice is so.
It's true.
Similar.
It's true, bro.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Maybe it's like a shared universe, if you will.
He just goes from tragedy to tragedy and tries to explain it. One thing we gotta say though, like about the whole, like, the media aspect sort of it, is when you think about what happened in I mean 49.
It's all about the sorry, Glenn, but when you think about it, it's all about that media aspect. It's all about this.
Yeah. It is. You got to think about what happened in 1949 in Ecuador. You guys heard of this, right? What happened? They did a not a rebroadcast of War of the Worlds, but they did their own Spanish language version of it.
I didn't hear about it.
I'll read you the Wikipedia on it because this is kind of interesting. It says in February 1949, Leonardo Paez and Edward Alcaraz in Quito, Ecuador, they set off a panic in the city. Police and fire brigades rushed out of town to engage the supposed alien invasion force. After it was revealed the broadcast was fiction, the panic transformed into a riot. Hundreds attacked Radio Cuidado and El Comisero, the local newspaper that had participated in the hoax by publishing false reports of unidentified objects in the skies above Ecuador. In the days preceding the broadcast, the riot resulted in at least 7 deaths, including those of Paez's girlfriend and nephew. They
Yeah,
moved to
damn.
Venezuela afterwards. So, I mean, that says something about the media, but it also says about the power of this particular story. That, this was in 1949.
Any panic-inducing story. I mean, make it scary enough, and everyone will lose their mind, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing, what I find so amazing about that though is this was 1949. When was the radio broadcast in America? It was like 38.
38.
38. So they would have known about the radio broadcast in America. Obviously they knew enough about it that they tried to reproduce it, but even with people who still knew, riots still ensued.
Well, I think it's that particular medium, the idea of radio and what radio. Do you guys remember a year or two after the Challenger explosion, a radio
80
station?
Was it 80? Challenger exploded. What 80? No, 89.
Yeah, was it 88?
85.
87.
85.
No, I think it was like
The
87.
Space Shuttle Challenger.
Because I was in 11th grade, and I graduated in 88, so it seems like it was either 86, 87, without looking it up.
87. Pretty
86.
Sure.
Yeah. It was January 28th, 86.
Okay. So about a year or two, a couple years after that, a radio station in Florida got in some serious trouble because they played an April Fool's joke, basically trying to recreate the scenario. I guess there was a shuttle that was preparing to launch at any time. And so they went ahead and ran with it as though another shuttle had exploded. And people, I mean, they reacted. People were flocking to see, and they were trying to look to see what was going on. And they ended up, the radio station got some heavy, heavy trouble by the FCC over that. But not just that. I remember when I was a kid, our local, and maybe you guys remember hearing about this, but the 97 Rock out of Buffalo got into some trouble because they played an April's Fool joke where they tried to convince people that there was this mega rock fest happening at the old War Memorial, I think, the Rocks. And so people literally drove. My dad, I remember we lived about an hour and a half south of Buffalo. My dad nearly had the entire family in the car, nearly driving us off the road when the news started to break that it was an April Fool's joke. But people were there looking for that. Is the power of suggestion, especially radio as a means of delivering it. There's something about it that's powerful, and maybe unlike something that's visually based like TV, film, the radio can work on, if you let it, it can work on your imagination in ways that it just film can't, because you're forced to, and not only that, but we respect authority figures to such a degree that we almost allow ourselves to fall into being fooled and tricked or whatever. But and that's or manipulated, I guess is a good word. And that's a scary thought too, because you just wonder, when you're in a serious crisis like this coronavirus or any other time, when are you being manipulated by media, by rate, by whatever it is? When are you being manipulated and when
know.
you're not?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't know.
You don't. That's a scary. I mean, you think about that book, 1984, and how these people believed that they were in an ongoing war that wasn't even happening.
Yeah.
That is scary. And you think, my brothers to the north included, but we like to think we live in one of the freest spots in the world, but we're not even free from that manipulation.
Oh no, absolutely not.
And that's scary. That is.
I mean, absolutely not. I mean, we're not gonna jump back into the coronavirus thing, but like in Canada, like where I work, everything was cool. Like everything was like, oh no, there's no biggie, no biggie. It's just a flu. It's gonna pass, and that's my boss were saying that. Were saying that to us. Like, oh no, it's no biggie, no biggie. No biggie, no biggie, my ass. The whole hospital is getting like revamped for people who got it now. So fuck you, bro. I mean,
yeah, it's very true.
so yeah, we talked about anyone's got anything else to say for the broadcast?
It's just awesome. If you haven't heard it, you need to hear it.
I think a lot of what's in the novel and what's in the broadcast will bleed over to the other things in terms of positives and negatives anyways.
Oh yeah. Well, one thing I gotta say, like, about just going back to the whole idea of like radio and everything, I know I listened to the events of 9/11 on when Howard Stern covered it when it happened, and for some reason I find that recording very disturbing.
There's a connection with War of the Worlds and 9/11. That's kind of weird to say, but there's more than one connection.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, if even to this day, if you listen to that Howard Stern of the day of 9/11 when it happened, there's just something about it, more so than seeing it on TV, more so than actually seeing the planes hit. There's just something about hearing people just talk about it. It's just kind of eerie.
Yeah, absolutely. And War of the Worlds, the original broadcast, was mostly word to mouth.
Yeah.
Panic spread. From what I heard, panic spread first in like Birmingham or some shit, where someone got a hold of this broadcast and like the world was like.
Well, essentially, what happened though with the radio thing, it says it right at the beginning, that it's a dramatization.
Yeah, absolutely. But for back in the days, someone that catched this, not having heard the beginning of the show.
Well, that was the thing. Most people didn't, because the other station, their show ran like a minute long, or a minute and a half long. So people switched radio stations, after that warning had been on there. So it was like, damn.
Damn, is it effective and terrifying?
Yeah.
Really. It really is. I listened to it last night before going to sleep. Just silence. I'm just laid down and just listen. I listened to the entire thing.
Yep.
and I can see how terrifying it was for someone just catching on like in the middle of it. It's
Yeah.
it's convincing.
I thought about that too when I was in my car driving, just listening to it, being the only one in the car, but having it loud enough where I
today
could.
because you listened to it today. Today you realize that?
No, I'm saying, it was overly emphasized, that point you're making, when I was in my car listening to it today.
Oh, okay.
Just that because I had it so loud and it was no distractions except for the road driving, right? But just listening to it and just, listening to it break out and then break in, break out and break in. And yeah, I thought about that and I thought, man, it's somebody who just comes into it at a weird moment are going to be sitting there going, what? But
Okay, we're fucked basically.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing we haven't even mentioned yet. This thing aired on Halloween night, so
Yeah, you would have thought that would have
night.
thrown up a red flag.
Well,
but
it didn't air in Halloween night everywhere though. It aired a week apart in the UK.
Okay. Wow.
And it aired maybe 2 days apart in Canada or some shit.
yeah,
One last little thought what Glenn was saying though, when you think about radio, and maybe it's just my age, but some of the most horrifying call them TV spots, trailers, whatever, were the ones that I heard on the radio as a kid. I mean, I love that extra when you got a movie, especially a movie you remember as a kid, and they got the radio spots included.
Oh yeah.
And some
Absolutely.
of those,
And you know what's so good about it?
man,
It's the fear of the unknown.
yes,
You
dude,
don't
I'm telling
see
you,
it, you just hear it.
when you're 12 or however old I was, listening at night, because I would go to sleep with the radio on, and they would play a radio spot for the Gates of Hell. My imagination ran like nothing, man, and I had images in my mind that were so horrifying. I didn't know what the heck that movie was. All I knew is
Absolutely. The fear of the unknown right there. I mean, you don't see it, you just have a brief description of it, if you will.
Yeah. And where are we at today? We got kids today who sit in a movie theater and they don't even know how to watch a movie because they're on their phones.
Yeah, that's true. That.
With that, smack them around a bit. Use an alien death ray for some of them.
Fuck them. So yeah, are we moving on to the musical?
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
So the musical, I mean, I find it only fitting Glenn introduced the musical.
The musical is awesome. I don't know really what else to say. I actually never even knew it existed until I got my record player, and I was literally in a flea market, and they had tons of records. I'm looking through the soundtracks and I see War of the Worlds the musical, 2 LP set, like $6. I was like, you know what the hell? I'll give it a shot.
For sure, bro.
And it was awesome. I loved it. And I've never looked back. And it's just cool.
It's a prog album. If you dig prog.
Oh yeah, you'll dig it if you dig prog.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a big Genesis fan. Well, fuck Phil Collins, but I mean, I'm a big Peter Gabriel Genesis era fan. I'm a big King Crimson fan. Pink Floyd, of course. Emerson, Lake and Palmer and shit like that. And it's the kind of vibe you get from this album. It's taking something so serious and dark in a melody so enjoyable yet so sinister, I think. That's really what I get from it.
Oh yeah, and it's just damn awesome.
Rob, you got the opportunity to
Do I what?
got the opportunity
Opportunity.
Yes.
opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny when I started listening to the music. Well, when I looked it up at first, because I didn't even realize I didn't know if this was something new, old, or what it was. So I was surprised first to see that this uh, first came out in 1978. But as I started listening to the music, three bands came to my mind. That's old Floyd, really old Pink Floyd, but I also thought about really old Yes
Mhm.
and old Moody Blues. I mean, that was the vibes that I was picking up like immediately, and just listening to it, I don't know, it was interesting, but it was made much better when I put on um,
The video version.
Visual.
the visual, the visualized version of that. Um, and so I was getting a whole lot more out of it. But I had no idea this thing even existed until, you mentioned that you wanted to
Mhm.
talk about it. And so that is an
Blame
interesting.
Glenn, bro.
Okay.
I had no idea
Well,
this thing was a thing.
it's an interesting way of approaching, source material, in a way
Yeah.
that's it's interesting. It's like, what would the wall look like if somebody approached it from a totally different way?
Yeah.
Approach.
Yeah, redoing the wall, but in a completely different way. Just like how Jeff Wayne decided to visualize, the War of the Worlds from the music, from musically, directed. It's funny how you can see things approach different ways.
But it's well directed. I mean,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm a music dude, and I mean, the way it's portrayed is well, yet simple but effective, like pretty much everything the War of the World is. But still, I mean, you got big ass brass when the aliens are approaching. You got that brass kicking on, and there's something to it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's really something good. Like I said, I'm a big prog fan. I mean, the Genesis, that album, that War of the Worlds musical show, reminds me of one of the first Genesis album with Peter Gabriel, Trespass.
Okay.
Nice.
That's really something. Well, I mean, I jerked off like multiple times, to say the least.
So, Glenn, this was
Mhm.
your idea. How did you wander into this again?
I found the record at a flea market.
Really?
Yeah. I got my record player. I'd got a couple of records, but I was down there and I was like, they have this big record store there, so I was looking through, just looking at the soundtracks, found all like the standard stuff, found like Cocktail and everything. But then I see War of the Worlds, I'm like the radio broadcast. And I look at it, I'm like, no, it says like the musical.
And
I'm like,
apparently, it's
oh,
super common.
oh
Because I
yeah,
was like, oh damn! I was like, when he sent me like a picture of his vinyl, I was like, damn, where's mine? I want one. I can't seem to find it anywhere. It was like, well, I can get you one for $3.
yeah. So I went and got him one the next day for $3 or whatever. Yeah, I just saw it there and I was like, two LPs, like $6 or whatever. I was like, yeah, I'll try it out. And I just dug it.
Oh, what about that side B?
Oh, I don't know what the deal is with this. Maybe people with more knowledge of records than me won't know why they do this, but you pull out the first record. So you'd think, side A and side B, right? No, side A and side D. B and C are on the second record.
Crazy shit, right?
All I can think, the only reason I could think for this ever to be the case would be if if you had like 2 turntables,
Or mentally retarded.
maybe. And then if you played like the first record and then you wanted the second one to continue right away and you didn't want to spend the time changing records.
Mm.
But that's the only reason I can think for that being like that. But I found it a couple of times on like older like 70s vinyl. I don't know what the deal is with it. It's kind of weird.
I gotta
CD effect.
Oh,
I gotta say though, I enjoy that. I really did enjoy it. I mean, it's just like, and there's a narration like throughout it.
yep.
It's
Yeah.
it's something. I mean,
Who did the narration again? It was someone who was a big deal at the time, wasn't it?
Oh.
Jeremy Freeman, I think.
Richard Burton.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. His role in the newer version has been taken over by Liam Neeson.
But damn, is it good? Damn, is it good? It's enjoyable as hell. I mean, it's the low key. It's okay. It's the apocalypse. You're screwed. You're gonna die. You're
You might
waiting
as
for
well
your time
sound-
to come. Might as well listen to some prog narrated to some soft ass voice.
There you go.
Even that still had its own weird, ominous tone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely.
That was still.
Chapter to chapter is getting darker and darker. Absolutely.
And we got to talk about the books that came with the records, though, eh? Well,
Oh, the you mean the arts
liner
and shit?
note, yeah,
Oh my
liner notes.
God,
You got
that's
artwork.
beautiful, beautiful. That's crazy. That's some of the finest War of the World arts I've ever seen. It's crazy.
Really.
Rob, one of the latest picture I sent you with the whole like red thing. That's from the liner book. It's
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I still have 3 copies of that.
I sent one to
And
Rob.
Will's got 2. Yeah, I will. It's awesome. It really is.
So yeah, any concluding commentaries about that till we jump
I
off
thought
that?
when you talk about all the way through, the one thing that did stand out to me was the I'm not sure how I haven't seen it enough to categorize it correctly, I guess, but the crazy religious guy waving the cross all around. I guess what is he kind of run out at them thinking he's gonna.
He is Uncle Matthews in 53.
It's
That's
kind of
true.
like
he
it's kinda
literally
like a-
is Uncle Matthews, bro.
It's kind of like a twisted off, weird version of the pastor we'll see in the 53 version film, who's off
That's
serious.
Well, absolutely, because
But
in
he's- but
53, it's Uncle
he's-
Matthews. It's the
But
dude
he's
that.
offering
What is
hand
he
of-
doing now?
But
And he
he-
walks.
But he's offering a hand of friendship, where in the musical, the religious person is just looking to strike down demons and thinking it was just kind of a sort of weird, not that it's bad, but it's just a kind of a weird interpretation of that piece.
It's a weird approach. I don't
Yeah.
think the approach was done well enough. If you get what I mean.
Interesting.
I mean,
I would have loved, I'll tell you what though, I would have loved to have been in the crowd watching this live.
Oh
Mm.
yeah.
absolutely.
I'd pay to
Yeah.
see that. I'd pay
Oh
to see it.
hell yeah.
That would be fun.
Like I said, you can get the Blu-ray. War of the Worlds live. It's kind of awesome. Well, I haven't got it yet, but I've heard it's awesome.
Sounds like something Roger Waters ought to be mixing
Yeah.
himself up with.
Apparently, when you see it live, they have it like actual tripod on the stage and stuff. I don't know how they do that, but they somehow do it.
So before we move on to the actual two feature film,
Yeah.
I think we can all agree War of the World is pretty scary when you think about it.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
There's nothing scarier in that radio broadcast than the black smoke.
Mm.
That imagery was pretty horrible, and you know, and it begs the thought of what that was like for the first.
God damn, you absolutely gotta see that BBC show.
Yeah.
It's all about that black smoke.
That imagine the troops in World War I that encountered that mustard gas and stuff for the first time.
Oh yeah.
It's even that's what's cool. That's what I'm saying. When you think about it, that black smoke, it's still the same concept, like super accurate to what was written, and it takes place in 1904. What can you do?
Yeah. Kind of screwed.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
You gotta check it out. Glenn, really, I gotta say something. Fuck you. You didn't listen. You didn't listen to me. You didn't watch it, right?
Well, I couldn't get the third episode.
So fuck you, bro.
What would be worse though, watching 2 episodes of it and not seeing the end?
Waiting with anticipation.
Yep.
So yeah, let's move on to War of the Worlds 1953.
Yep. I'm gonna just say,
Masterpiece?
yeah, I consider it a perfect film.
It's a perfect film. It is. It's a perfect film right away. Anyone want to read a synopsis?
I don't have mine near me, so if anyone else does.
Okay.
Let's be honest. Everyone.
No, I got it right there. I got it right there.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So, grâce à ses effets spéciaux récompensés par un Oscar.
English, please.
I know.
You see what I have to read?
The fuck. Japanese shit.
I think it's Korean, actually. But...
Okay. All right. Okay.
Anytime.
So.
He's just translating it.
That it would. You got it. Oh.
That small paragraph there on the back of the box.
Can you read it?
It's not in South Korean, is it?
It might be. You never know.
Try and do it.
Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. You see what I gotta read? Okay. If you're laughing, I'm laughing. So. Okay. Okay. Come on, help me. Okay.
There's nothing funnier than trying not to laugh when someone says don't laugh.
Okay. I got my eyes closed, but I'm not looking at the screen, so okay. All right. So.
I'm really trying here. I'm trying to drink coffee here.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay.
I like turtles.
Okay. So, Latin with the Academy Awards winning special effects. I can't do it. Oh, okay. Latin with the Academy Awards winning special effects. This showing adaptation.
You had it for about 2 seconds.
I gotta.
Oh my god.
Okay. But, yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Robin. do,
All
do
right.
it. Do it with your DVD.
I'll give you the South Korean edition here. In 1953, Byron Haskins will deliver what I think is the first cinematic.
Oh my
God.
god.
Okay.
Adaptation of
No.
H.G.
Let's start.
Wells's
Let's
classic.
start this over. Let's take
All right.
one big breath and
All right.
go on.
You want me to do it? You gonna do it?
I can't. Yeah,
All right.
do.
Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, 1953, Byron Haskins will deliver the first major cinematic. Oh my gosh.
Okay, Glenn, your turn. Sorry.
Okay. Well, let me just bring it up here. That's this.
Adaption. That's the word I was looking for. Adaption. You want? I got it. You want me to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. That's the one word I keep calling it. All right. 1953, Byron Haskins will give us the first cinematic adaptation of H.G. Wells's classic War of the Worlds to the big screen, starring Gene Barry, Ann Robinson, among many others, and a great cast. An updated telling of the great story of the impending invasion of Mars and mankind's need to fight this invasion off.
There we go.
I mean, God damn. I don't know where. Okay.
All right, I got something interesting for this.
Okay.
To see if any of you two, either whether you picked up on it or not, or maybe you can see it when I say it, but it is so freaking funny. When Gene Barry and Ann Robinson, remember in the beginning when they first meet, and she's going off about Professor Forrester, and it's him, and she doesn't know it's him.
And of course I know him.
Right.
Me.
and he lets her go on and on and on, and then he, eventually he says, "Well, yeah, I kind of know him a little bit." "Oh, really?" She starts kind of playing on that, and he's like, "Well, it's me, right?"
Yeah.
You know what? What scene I could not get out of my head when I saw that for the first time?
Mm-hmm.
Rod Taylor and Tippi Hedren from The Birds, when he's in the bird buying lovebirds, and and she's telling the story, and he knows who she is, but
Yeah.
he lets her just go on and on. It's almost like whether it was Alfred Hitchcock or whatever, but it's like that scene between Gene Barry and Ann Robinson. It's almost like that scene is redone with Rod Taylor and Tippi Hedren in The Birds. It's so, I don't know. That's what I thought.
It is. It's very
weird.
similar.
It's bizarre.
It's similar. Well, I can see. Well, there's some. Well, there's no doubt about that, similarity, but
It's just weird.
yeah, but I don't think it's that obvious. I mean, you can see this with.
Well, it's pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, well, if I mean H.G. Well, if you watch it over and over again, of course, but I don't think that's one thing you'll catch on right away. So that's why it's interesting.
It is. It's just. It is. Gene Barry and Rod Taylor. Actually, I thought their way they approach their roles is kind of interestingly similar to what what's the name does in The Birds. Birds is only 10 years after War of the Worlds, so it's kind of interesting. But
I gotta say too, War of the Worlds on iTunes or some shit. It got released like digitally like remastered and shit, and you can't see the chords. The chords are removed.
Yeah, they moved all the wires. That's kind of cool, really.
Nah, I don't think it's cool. I love to see the wires. No, am I the only one? I think it's a product of its time. It's not.
yeah, I mean that stuff doesn't. I don't think.
I'm cool with them being gone, honestly, because
They're not obvious, bro. I mean,
it depends on the scene. I think there's a couple of scenes where they show up quite like blatantly.
because the whole budget of like special effects and shit went with that extraterrestrial that the one scene we see that extraterrestrial in the house and shit, and that whole house scene with that probe coming and shit, that's really something they well, with the remake they did something really great with it. I think it's literally the same thing, but to see that alien that alien like, and the flesh is like pulsating, and it's like just one decent shot, bro, and I can see where the budget was, and nothing against it, bro. These aliens were awesome. Like, for you don't see much of them, but they look cool. They really do.
Yeah.
The scene, like even way before you actually see what they, well, you see what they look like when they look through the window, but when you see like that shadow moving on the wall slowly, and oh god damn, that film is genius.
Yep.
God damn, the cinematography of this film is amazing.
I just love that that scene with the shadow on the wall was actually just a cutout. They had a cardboard cutout, the shape of the alien. They kind of.
Yeah, but still, it's amazing.
But it worked.
The way it's shot. I mean, I'm 23 years old, but I mean, if I was around back in '53, I mean, that shit would have been terrifying for sure. The way it's shot, the way it's and just that that feeling of like uncertainty, like when you see that unscrewing thing out of the meteor,
Yeah.
like slowly, like, oh, meteors don't unscrew. Of course they don't. You don't know what you're up against, and that's so cool. And they're like, oh, let's wave the white flag, so it's gonna be fine. Like, let's say we come out in peace, and it's just right away that probe comes up and Like just
Yeah.
everyone gets annihilated, like no mercy. It's just everyone gets it. God damn, do I love it.
Yeah. And we definitely got to talk about, that the Martian death ray. I mean, people scream when they're hit by it.
Yeah, but I
You
mean,
know, I mean, I like that's, it obviously hurts.
absolutely.
You know,
Well, that's kind of weird to say, but I would prefer to be annihilated by, the tripod's ray from 2005, like instant death.
oh yeah, yeah,
Then, like in the 53 film, it's like you just kind of seem like you're like melting like
yeah,
right away or some shit.
It's
I mean,
almost like it's almost like a Star Trek getting beamed up gone bad.
yeah, yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
You
So yeah, so let's do a roundup. Who's gonna start? I mean, what you like, what you didn't like. Glenn, you wanna start? Rob, you wanna
yeah.
start? I can start too. Whatever.
I'll start. There we go. Now I'll start this time. I loved every part of it. I think it's a completely flawless movie.
It is.
I love the design of the ships.
know.
Honestly, like I was telling you before, Will, about Forrest Ackerman when his museum he used to have the
Yeah,
ships.
yeah.
I don't think anyone knows what happened to them though, which is a damn shame because they're just they're so classy looking. You know?
They plain and simple yet effective.
Yeah.
Again.
And I like the fact that there's those couple of scenes where it looks like they have legs. Where you see
But you know
like
what I
energy going down legs.
absolutely, but you know what I love about this film too
Hmm.
is the fact that you don't have to see. That's one of the prime example of using stock footage to his advantage. Like
Mm.
you don't have to see the flying saucer or anything. You don't have to see like, well, I don't even know how we can call it, but like flying saucer, raying flying saucer, if you will.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like stock footage of like cities being annihilated, and there's just that effect of like that ray that comes
Yep.
like just in front of it, and it's just works so well. I mean,
It does.
You
It
know,
really does.
I was just thinking that the trouble sometimes with films like this is you want to show the challenge is showing it impacting people globally, but it's so hard yet when you use stock footage like they did,
Mhm.
it really does get that across that this is happening on a massive scale.
oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And it's genius how they used that stock footage in that way. It really is. I mean that is just a perfect use of that.
And
And
not just that, the fact that when you see like tank rolling or some shit, I mean, it's World Two,
yeah,
World War I footage, and it works so well.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the design of the ships, it's so funny because like I said, for me growing up as a kid, War of the Worlds was the 1953 film,
Yeah.
and so I mean, I would have if you would have just come up to me and said, boy, those are awesome ships. I'm like, to me, that is War of the Worlds. Are those ships? Those ships are absolutely iconic.
Yep.
And I remember when Spielberg's movie came out, and I remember seeing the ships for the first time. I'm like, what the freaking crap is this?
Yeah.
because in my mind, the ships were the 53, and then once I realized, wait a minute, what did H.G. Wells' ships look like? And then I had to start looking back and realizing that
Hey,
they were
because the
tripod.
Spielberg adaptation was way more accurate to what H.G. Wells
Yeah,
described.
but the ships in the 53 are so iconic that for a lot of people, those probably are the ships of War of the Worlds, and
Oh, for me, they are. For me,
that's what
they
you
are.
think about. And and I love the idea. I love the idea that they stuck to the original source material, and that these things came to Earth.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later in the other movie, but the idea that there are elements in here. See, these, prepping for things like this is really kind of weird because, you get into the earlier material and you come across something,
You
so
can come across something completely different, but you can come across something so accurate to what it really was intended to be.
well,
That's
like
what's
just the
great.
whole idea of the black smoke. I didn't know that idea existed, and now that I know, looking at the 53, not as much as 53, but looking at the Spielberg, I am so incredibly disappointed that that wasn't in there, because I think visually it could have been a really powerful visual, and it was so
Yeah.
important to the source material. And I can understand the
Absolutely,
53
but War
because
of
I can
the Worlds.
understand that only because you're limited in what you can and can't do. I mean, one of the things too, I think I heard
But still,
somewhere.
War of the World '05 is like visually powerful enough. I think when you look at the visual, even the special effects and shit. I mean, it's really something.
Well, we'll get more into that,
Yeah,
obviously, when
I
we
think
get to
my,
that.
my point, I think I love the 53 because the 53, I mean, when you look at like the source material for the thing, who goes there, and you start discovering things embedded in that source material, you start asking yourself, why wasn't that ever done cinematically? Why wasn't that ever done? I
Well,
mean,
I'm sorry, but it's not the same thing.
no, no, but it is okay when you're looking back and you're discovering stuff for the first time, and then you're looking back forward again, wondering, yeah, why wasn't this done and why wasn't that done? I can understand why it wasn't done for the 53. I can't understand as much why it wasn't done for the '05 thing. And then,
Absolutely. I kind of get what you mean because I mean, it was part of my point when it comes to what's enjoyable or not. I think the War of the Worlds is really something that's gonna be enjoyable. It was enjoyable made in the 50s. It's enjoyable made in 2000s. I mean, it all depends on um, where the world is at, if you will. It's always gonna be something interesting, even if it's low budget, even if it's trash. It's gonna be cool to see that story being poured over in some, uh, eras or some decades, or it's always gotta be different.
Mm.
That's how I see it.
no,
That's how.
yeah, no, I think you're right. I think, we're both trying to make points of how we see or seeing. I think the main thing is, I think the 53 version either is iconic because for me it is War of the Worlds. I mean, as much as I'm starting to love the idea of listening to the broadcast more and more now and wanting to read the original novel, growing up as a kid, man, all it was this. I mean, these ships are so freaking iconic. I love how towards the end where
But
it's mentioned.
I gotta ask you though, because since that 53 as much as I love that 53 adaptation, you were really familiar with that adaptation, or did you get just around with that podcast that you just rewatched it and
The 53?
yeah?
No, when I was a kid, one of the things my mom used to do when I was a kid, where I really would get exposed to movies at a young age, she would like spend a Sunday cleaning the house, and when she did, she would put the TV on a station that old movies would run all day, and a lot of times they would be running sci-fi marathons. And this movie, I always seemed like I was catching this movie at the right time, and I would just be absolutely mesmerized by this movie. I saw it, so I don't know. I guess I just caught it at the right time, and it was always on TV. It seemed like, and I saw it's definitely part of my childhood.
All right. So back to Glenn though.
Mhm.
Back to Glenn. We were about what did you love about it and shit.
Oh yeah. Honestly, just like I said, everything, every part of it just works. You know, like I like the characters, which is something I'm gonna get into for the 2005. I'm gonna get more into that, but I like every character in that. You know, even ones like just like bit characters, I still kind of like them. You know, even like the three guys that get nuked at the beginning, I kind of
That
like
get
them.
nuked.
Well, they totally do. They're just, the outlines left of them on the ground. Um, I still like them.
White flag dudes.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I kind of, how can I put it? I mean, even I don't know how to put it. Everyone seems real,
And
if that
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah.
You know?
I catch what you're saying.
overall, well acted. Plain and
Yeah,
simple. I mean,
Things seem
yeah,
natural.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And I love the alien design. And I love it just for the very simple reason it looks alien.
plain and simple.
Yeah, you know, the fact that, like,
Bub- bubbly small thing with
yeah,
weird,
it's
weird hands.
yeah. I love the fact that, it's not little green men. I love it's not some, like, you know, like an ape with a space helmet on its head. I like that it's something different, especially when you see other stuff from around the same time. You know, it
That's
wasn't.
that's
Let's put
that's
it this way:
that's
these
what
weren't
you
the
get.
Martians from Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
Yeah, not the same thing, of course, but
Yeah, that's what I would like to see. Santa Claus goes to Mars and meets up with these Martians. It'd be like, yeah, you're not having a good time up there this time.
that's what you get. That's not coming from my DVD, but if you look at some dudes that worked on the special effects and some shit, interviews on the net, um, y that slimy red thing they got going on
Yeah,
is actually what you get when you rub chili pasta sauce or some shit on rubber.
that's hilarious. You know, and you know, there's just so many iconic scenes in it, and it just works.
And especially for the time when you think about it, like that dude, like Uncle Matthew's like, oh, we walked the valley and shit. Nah, fuck out of here. You
Yeah,
just get annihilated right away.
yeah. That's another thing I like about it, though, the fact it's a really dark movie when you actually think about it.
It
I,
is.
I mean, how many, like, let's just take the thought that this is actually going on. How many people would have died during the making of that movie? Like, if it was an actual event, how many people would have died? It would have been like hundreds of thousands. if
Absolutely.
not millions. And I mean, back in the 50s, and they're actually dealing with,
In
you know,
50s, we're talking early 50s. That's
yeah,
what's crazy.
yeah, it's
That's some Technicolor, like first try at color, bro. It's really cool.
yeah. And again, back to the alien, I love that the eye looks the same as
The probe.
the probe. I love that. I thought that was just so cool, and it was just awesome.
Every
So
I think everything is really well. I'll wait for my turn. But what about you, Rob?
yeah,
I think just listening to Glenn talk, I think for me, we talk, talking about the terror aspect of the smoke, the black smoke in the radio broadcast. I think they did such a great job in the '53 version of when you get to the very end of the film and you're left with the last couple characters that you've come to know, and they're in that church, and it's just like the end is slowly but surely coming upon them. It's over. They've only got moments left to spend with each other, and it's felt so real. And it's only then at that last second that suddenly the reprieve comes,
yeah,
and everyone's kind of like, huh, what? And it's just done so. The tension, I guess, when the pane of glass explodes, and that's like the last moment leading up to these two are holding each other in their arms, and it's done. It's over with. They're gone.
The
And
impending doom, if you will, feeling.
yeah,
yeah,
I think it's done so. It's done so well, and I love how natural the characters come across. I mean, I think of one of the reasons why I love the Thing from Another World is because I don't know if there's a character in that movie I don't like Glenn is saying.
Mm.
I don't, there are movies. A lot of times those old movies, you know, I don't know. It's just the way their dialogue is written. It comes across so natural, and they play it
Mhm.
off so natural. And Gene Barry's character is, I mean, I don't know. It's just, yeah, I don't know if there's not a character that's not likable in that whole movie. And there's just so much to like about it. It's so iconic. It's it's a great
I
it's
think
a great expression of the original material.
I gotta ask though. I mean, everyone talks about invaders from Mars, Mars attack, and is it me or War of the Worlds isn't really mentioned anywhere nowadays?
uh, I don't know. I mean, I think the people that know talk about it, but the other ones definitely get more uh, notice, if you will.
I mean, when you look at I love Plan 9 from outer space. I got Plan 9 tattooed on my arm. I mean,
Mhm.
and it's a shitty ass film, but I mean, it's enjoyable. But I mean, the fact that I see, let's say, Plan 9 from outer space way more than the original War of the Worlds really drives me crazy. Because War of the World, the original one, is such a
You know,
it's a perfect film. It's so good, so good, so good.
Mhm.
this is something I thought occurred to me. We've mentioned earlier how it just seemed like H.G. Wells seemed to be looking forward, and yet the 53 seems to be looking backwards
Mhm.
at everything that has just taken place in the last few decades. The original novel was looking out ahead with dread as to what might be coming, and
Mhm.
now this movie is reflecting on the very things that just came. kind of an interesting.
Absolutely, but even way before it, um, well, I'm gonna put it right there. Hate me all you want, say fuck you all you want, but dude, the original War of the Worlds for me is probably one of the best uh Martian invasion film ever made. If
Oh,
it's not number one, it's two. I mean,
I agree. I definitely agree. I I put it 100% at number one.
what about you, Rob?
I would say if you'd have asked me this 2 or 3 weeks ago, I would have shook my head, shrugged my shoulders, and said I'm not sure. But with as much as we've talked about and just leading up to tonight, this movie is suddenly found itself way at the top of the list of movies like this. It's and I love it. I love that idea that I've
Damn,
suddenly
is it solid, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
solid.
It really is. I mean, everyone should see this movie.
It's just solid. It's simple. It's simple. Well, let me put it this way. It's simple, um, yet effective, yet cheesy, and yet laughable at the same time, especially nowadays. But not as not as cheesy and laughable as like straight to video, like sci-fi shit you can come across. It's just laughable, cheesy, fun, with a touch of realism
I think
that
also,
really drives it. And damn, do I love it. The way it's shot,
yeah.
the the cinematography of it, and props to the sound design too. That
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah,
props to
yeah,
the
yeah,
sound design. Really,
for sure. I mean,
yeah.
it's all in all, it's a superior bit of filmmaking. And I mean, what else has the director done? Do you know?
Not
not
much.
much.
It's one of those things, yet again, of like they did like an iconic thing and then just sort of disappeared.
Yeah, I looked. I can't
Rob,
remember. There was nothing worth
we actually
mentioning.
said the same thing at the same time. I don't know if you realize, but yeah.
I'll tell you what little thing I liked about this movie too. I really liked the idea that it's thematically in terms of its use of religion here. It's interesting how it's the priest who goes out to try to extend a hand of friendship, and yet when he's zapped immediately without pause, the military command is like, light it up.
Yeah.
And it's like it reminded me in a not so serious way, but actually it is kind of serious in a way, I guess. I love that scene in Ghostbusters when the Marshmallow Man steps on the
Oh,
church, and Bill Murray's like, "No one
nobody
steps on a church in my town."
Yeah.
Boom! It's like game on, and you don't see moments like that often. Where little
No.
tiny moments are taken very serious in terms of how it provokes action in defense of something much greater than maybe anyone even realizes what's moving them. And in the end, that their reprieve comes from the same idea, which is kind of
What
interesting. But
what really makes it for me is the fact that, I mean, I wasn't around in 1953, bro. I mean, Will Cardinal wasn't shit in 1953. But I mean, the fact that to see how that population would have like reacted to something like that, because I mean, like I said, it's a product of its time. That's why I'm saying like War of the Worlds can be adapted over and over. Like it's really something that can be done every 10 years, if you
Oh, yeah.
will, depending on how the world is doing or what what came up at the time or some shit, and it,
And hell,
War of
let's be honest. You could just change where it's
um
happening.
sorry, I'm talking.
Yeah.
no, no, just kidding. Go,
Yeah,
go ahead.
just change who like what country. There, Jason is back. Just change what country it's taking place in. You know, and you could get like a completely different story.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
have one set in China.
That
See
virus
how it
comes.
would play out there.
No,
There,
that
yeah,
that
there you
that
go.
that's not racist. It comes from China.
No, or like set one like in like I don't know, outer Mongolia or somewhere.
No, I want to see it in New Zealand, man.
That would be kind of cool.
That would be kind of cool.
Set it in Australia. They land there and then they just leave because they're like, screw this, too dangerous.
But 53, I mean, I listened to the commentary too, and they weren't even sure how
Who
they
does
would
the commentary? Well,
it's
it's like
let
a
me
film historian or something.
I think
it's
there's two commentaries on it, isn't there? I thought there was.
actors Anne Robinson and Gene Barry, commentary by film director Joe Dante.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Joe Dante?
Yep.
Yeah.
He loves
You
that
you
movie.
didn't know about?
Is that a UK? Is that a UK release?
No.
No, just
That
U.S.
Regular.
I don't remember seeing that cover on American Amazon.
It's very expensive now. I sent Will a link. It's like $147.
You know, I love that. I love that idea when you get somebody different like that, like Joe Dante doing a commentary track for something like this. It's like what was the news, Glenn? Or you might have heard Rob Zombie's going to have a commentary track on that Munsters, or is it the Adams? Munsters, the Munsters movie that Screen Factory's putting out.
Yeah.
The old Munsters, whatever movie that was. He's going to have a commentary track on that. I love that, man. When you can pull somebody like on the Friday the 13th, the final chapter, Adam Green has a commentary track on that.
That's cool.
I mean, it's just like, well, if you want, I mean, judge
Did
me
you
all
listen to Joe
want, but
Dante?
yeah, I did.
So
But
how was it?
absolutely amazing. But before we get into it, I gotta say, Rob Zombie, Eli Roth, those kind of people are everywhere. They are doing commentaries for everything, dude. I mean, it's not even relevant. I mean, it's just the same thing. Oh, I used to love that film. I remember watching it back in the days, and that's what got me into horror movies. I mean, I can count on my hand like every time, like Eli Roth said, "Oh, that's what got me into horror." It's
I think
what?
Adam Green's a bit different.
You know what got Peter Jackson into filmmaking?
Ooh.
Watching the old 30 King Kong, and he ended up remaking
the 33 King Kong.
Yes.
That's awesome.
And he
That
used
really
to do some stop motion
Yeah,
films with figures and shit. Yeah.
That's
Damn
pretty.
cool.
I would love to hear Peter Jackson do a commentary on a nice Blu-ray release of the old King Kong.
That would be nice.
And I'll tell you what's really cool is I have a UK release of The Thing from Another World where John Carpenter has a commentary track on it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because he studied that film at USC, and it's really cool to listen to.
Oh, no
Nice.
wonder. I mean, it's everywhere in Halloween 1, so.
Yeah, very true. And we just got to say also about the 53, how many movies do you know where there's an alien invasion and one of the first things people do is go to like a barn dance? It's kind of awesome. It's just like, oh, there's this thing from space. Let's go to the barn. We'll go to the barn and dance. It's kind of awesome.
Well, doesn't Gene Barry ask her? He asks her, "What do you guys do in a town like this?" And next thing you know, you're at a barn.
Yeah.
Somebody says that line in a movie today, and the next thing you know, the two are in bed together.
Uh-huh.
It's a little refreshing to see a barn dance.
Very
so, true. Moving on to that remake.
Oh,
y'all ready?
Yeah. Okay, so who's gonna start this one?
Were you gonna do ratings for the last one?
Yeah, we probably should.
Yeah, So editing props right there. Editing props right there. For me, 10. Overall, I mean, it's just awesome. I mean, it's shot well. It's edited really, really good. I mean, everything works for it, bro. I could watch this film over and over again.
Yep.
Rewatchability, it's a solid 9, and by a rent, by.
For me, it's 10 by, definitely. I could watch this movie anytime, like you said. I will watch this movie anytime. I'll probably watch this movie again in like the next week.
That's saying much. I mean,
it is, because it's just damn cool. It really is, and more people need to see it. I mean, I feel like the current generation of people, don't know about it, and that's why we got tons of anti-vaxxers. They didn't learn the lesson of War of the Worlds. That germs kill aliens.
It's true, though.
Yeah. Yep. So, Rob?
9 by.
Nice.
9 by. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yep. So, yeah.
Let's move on to that Spielberg. Well, I'm going to say it right away. Kind of masterpiece, too.
Okay.
It's overlooked as fuck, but roll the trailer.
Yep.
But yeah.
Trailer has played.
Yep. I'm going to read the synopsis for it.
In English this time?
Yeah, in English. Okay. Damn, that's contemporary. Well, what? Okay.
It's starting again.
Okay. Okay. A contemporary. Nah.
Yeah, you were there, man.
Yeah, contemporary. Go on.
A contemporary.
Retelling?
Okay. Yeah. A contemporary retelling of H.G. Wells' classic. The sci-fi thriller reveals the extraordinary battle for the future of humankind through the eyes of one American family. Fleeing from an extraterrestrial army of killer tripods that annihilate everything in their paths. Ray Ferrier Cruz, and parenthèse in French, races to keep his family safe. War of the Worlds, an action-packed adventure that explodes with spectacular effects. An earth-shattering adventure that both rivets and amazes. Michael Wilmington, Chicago Time, War of the Worlds, reunites superstars Tom Cruise and Academy Awards-winning director Steven Spielberg for one of the most awe-inspiring cinematic experiences of all time.
There we go. So,
right away is good.
Yep.
Who's going first?
Well, you can start if you want.
Okay, you can start. No problem. That's one of my. Okay, let's put it this way. That's one of the first horror film I saw in theaters. Because I'm a 23 years old young ass motherfucker. So you know. Um, and damn, was this shit crazy to see like trucks flying out and shit. That was crazy. And um, let me put it this way. I was probably like that film came out in 2005.
Yeah.
So I was maybe uh like 8 or 9 years old or some shit. And let me say it right away. I was scared shitless to go out and walk down the road. I was like watching every steps I was making. I was like, oh, is there a tripod that's gonna like come out beside me or some shit? So yeah, a pretty scary experience. And props to the actors too. I mean, I know a lot of people like despise like Tom Cruise and shit, but I think he did good in this film, really.
Mhm.
I think he did. And there's some moments that fills you up with dread, you know, that scene where they get locked up with some random guy in some basement, like that's a nod to the original when the two main characters gets well they get a like a shelter in a an abandoned home or some shit. I mean, it's just the original modernized, but it's well made enough to be talked about, and it don't get the recognition that it deserves, I think.
Yeah. Uh, guess I'll go. Um, I saw it in theaters as well. I loved it in theaters. I like it as a movie, but on this last rewatching, I see a lot of problems.
Like what?
One of them, for one, is the Blu-ray looks terrible. You know, that's
I
not the
don't know.
movie's fault.
I got a DVD, so
Yeah, it's not the movie's fault that the Blu-ray looks terrible, but it does. It looks grainy. I just uh also
what about you, Rob? You got the blue or DVD?
DVD.
yeah, maybe it just looks better in on DVD. I don't know, but the blue just doesn't look good. And it's I don't know, maybe it's one that definitely needs a remaster. Like especially when you look at something like Vinegar Syndrome's release of like the Amityville sequels, which were like trash, but they look phenomenal on Blu-ray. How can a Steven Spielberg movie not look phenomenal? I don't get it.
That's true. That's true. Did you see that? Because I know I was waiting to see if you catch that too, but the 9/11 effect, if you will, in this film.
Oh yeah,
Me and Rom talked about it.
yeah, with all like the dust and everything, and
Yeah, that I
yeah,
don't think this film would look the way it looked if 9/11 wasn't a thing. I mean,
that's definitely true. I mean, and just speaking about 9/11, this is something that I can kind of appreciate the fact that they went out of their way not to like show tripods like destroying like famous landmarks or anything. They actually on one of the special features talk about that, like that was something they actively avoided. And I guess, like after 9/11 it was probably a good choice. You'd seen enough of that in reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, there's some stuff about this movie though that I don't like. I'll start with the stuff I do like. I love the tripod designs. They're awesome.
Absolutely.
They are genuinely like
terrifying.
They are.
And
They
that
are.
sounds. Props to the sound design again. That sounds when they rise up and shit, bro. That's.
Yeah. They are like a genuine threat. You always kind of got the feeling when you were watching like the original that if you could stay kind of right underneath it almost, or close enough to it that it couldn't hit you, but the ones in the 2005, they could, if you were like underneath its legs, it could like send like a tentacle down and grab you and
fuck you up.
Yeah, really. So I love that. I love the fact that they turn humans into fertilizer.
But it's terrifying, bro. The 2005 adaptation is so terrifying. I think to see those machines just they are death machine, literally.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just walking down and doing, like I said, the props to the sound design that, and just grabbing people, and it's just so visceral and terrifying. I think it's crazy.
I love the death beams as well. They don't look to hurt like the ones in the 53 do.
It's
but
instant.
Yeah, it's like just people are just ash. And I also love the fact that they're blasting people and their clothes are left. So it's almost like this is a weapon designed purely to destroy people. It's like the idea of like a neutron bomb, where everything else is left untouched.
Yeah, that's what happened to Obi-Wan in episode 4.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah, but the design of those were awesome. I loved a lot of the set pieces. I just love the part where they come out of the house and there's been like a plane crash, and there's just plane wreckage
that's
around.
So good. Too.
That's a great scene.
That's good. That's so
it's
good.
Awesome. Yeah. Sound design. All good stuff, but there's some stuff I don't like. I don't like any of the characters. I hate them all.
Especially the son of that Tom Cruise character, bro.
The son and hell, the daughter. I knew she didn't get dead, but I kind of wanted someone just to take her out because she was so annoying. It's like you're in the middle of this battle, like all this stuff's going on, and she's like screeching about I want to go home to mommy. I mean, I get it. It's like someone freaking out or whatever, but it's like all she did.
Bro, that basement isolation when they get to that basement, that's such a great scene, though.
That's an awesome scene. And tell me this, did anyone else get the feeling that the guy that they were in the basement with was a pedophile?
I can see why you would say that.
No,
I just get this.
I didn't get that feeling watching it, but you said it. Looking the scene when he's sitting with her on the stairs,
Yeah.
is a little creepy when he sort of invokes that. Well, if something happens to your dad, I'll look after you.
Yeah, it was
And
just kind of.
you sort of get Tom Cruise's, his care. I thought maybe that was actually one of his stronger moments in the film when he sort of tells him, if you got anything to say, you say it to me. You don't talk to her.
Yeah.
I
I mean, that was just one of those things. It was never, played out. And, it's probably a smart idea that they didn't play it out. But, you know, it was just something I got and I was like, just a little off. But here's one thing. I don't buy Tom Cruise as like the everyman. You know what I mean?
Well, me
I don't
either.
buy
But
him as like
in this film, I do. I think he did great. Really.
yeah, well, that's the thing with Tom Cruise, like he's actually a good actor.
Yes, he is.
it's just whenever I see him, I can't stop seeing him jumping up and down on Oprah Winfrey's couch and going all crazy. It's just I don't know. It's like he ruined his own image
Yeah,
for
but
me.
bro, come on. I mean, it's the War of the Worlds, bro.
Yeah.
It's the War of the World, and he pulled it good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, that film didn't do good. I know that film didn't do good, and most people kind of forget about it and shit. But still, it's such a decent modern take on some forgotten tales, if you will. And I
Yeah.
just love it, really. I mean,
What-
it's
what
not
I would like to
perfect, but
see-
still,
yeah.
I mean,
It's
it could be
it's
worse. It
Oh,
could
yeah.
be way worse.
Well, don't get me wrong. It's a decent movie. I like it. It's criminally underrated. What it deserves a better treatment than it's been given. Let's just say that.
So the Blu-ray is really awful.
See, the thing is when you look on Blu-ray.com, it gets high marks for stuff. But honestly, I watched it last night and I was just kind of like I'm watching a movie from 2005 and this Blu-ray makes it look like something from like 1974. It just, I don't know, too much grain. I don't know, thing like some shots with the tripods just looked very fake. And I mean, it's not even, but other scenes with them don't. Some scenes they look really, really good in. Other ones, like the one where it's in the when it comes out of the river, and it's like messing with the boat and everything. That looks so rough on Blu-ray. It really does. It's like so blatantly CG. It's not even funny.
Speaking of river, bro, that shot when you see those corpses just floating down the. Oh god, damn, that's good.
It is. I just want to know how the hell all those people ended up dead. Because they obviously didn't blast them.
They starved or some shit. I mean,
maybe they were just using them all for fertilizer.
So yeah, Rob, go ahead.
My turn.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, there's no turn, bro. I mean, just say what you gotta say whenever you want to. I mean, we're all about that. So.
Let me just start off with an extremely positive point. When I saw this in the theater in 2005, 9/11 was still fresh in my mind. I remember that day unfolding. That day is, still very much a part of me. And that sequence, that very contextually seeing that put into a 9/11 moment, I wasn't expecting that, and I was not prepared. I was not prepared for that particular moment in the film, the way it came across. It was extremely moving for me in the theater because it brought back a lot of feelings that, quite frankly, I didn't want to. I really didn't want to think about. I did not want to feel. Saying that, when we consider the totality of all that we've talked about, considering the original novel, considering what was Spielberg attempting to do, it's pretty obvious, at least in a respect, he was utilizing 9/11 as a context for this film to be placed in. But saying that, I don't know now that I think he missed a really big opportunity to have created something that could have been a whole lot more terrifying, a whole lot better done. One movie that we would actually still be talking about today as much as we ought to. Instead, it's pretty much already been forgotten. And
I
I tell
gotta
you,
ask you though. I gotta ask you if you weren't, let's say, well, erase 9/11, erase everything you don't know shit about 9/11 or War of the Worlds, and you see this film just plain as it is, how would you feel about it?
I don't know. I guess I would probably feel better about it, but knowing the opportunities that he had before him and that he, whatever reason, chose not to, okay, let's get
If you
the
weren't
elephant.
if you didn't know about that whole War of the World um, story, if you will,
I think
um,
I think it would be a pretty amazing movie. But saying that, I mean, let's just deal with the elephant in the room here, I guess. The idea that he has the machines just lying in wait underneath cities and everything. See, it goes so much against the original source. It makes no sense at all how these things could be hidden underground and throughout the eras of man building up his civilization. Never comes across one, never has any idea they even exist underneath the ground. I'll tell you, it would have been more believable to see capsules shot out of a cannon off the surface of Mars than thinking about these machines lying underneath the ground all this time, and then suddenly, because lightning zaps the alien capsule into the machines, and the machines come crashing up out of the ground, and it just, I don't know why he chose that way.
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me. And no matter how you look at it, you can pass it. It makes no sense that, well, two ways it doesn't make sense. Number one, if the aliens showed up here millions and millions of years ago to a beautiful, lovely little Earth, why not just inhabit the Earth then? Why plant machines and wait millions and millions of years and then realize, hey, wait a minute, there's a race of beings down there that are starting to get quite technologically savvy. We better go down there and take this thing while we can, and then have all this time lapse and not realize when they planted the machines that, wait a minute, conditions here are not that good for us.
Yeah.
It's just his way of introducing them. It should have been much more to the source material. I get it. It looks really corny to show capsules being shot out of a cannon off the surface of a planet. But do you even have to show them necessarily? You could have just, nobody saw, well, I mean, most people had no clue the attacks of 9/11 were happening until word reached their ears that something horrific was happening. You could have taken the same approach with this movie and just introduced the threat in such a way that, you know what, you don't have to explain it because it's War of the Worlds. Everyone knows. They just showed up. If you don't want to show a meteor landing on and the thing coming up out of a meteor, whatever, there's a million ways to show this than to go about it like that. And and thinking too, it's you go the 53 and the 05, both make huge use of a device that wasn't even in the novel, and that is this idea that these machines are cloaked by an impenetrable shield that can't be penetrated.
Yeah.
And where I think in the novel, the reason why the machine, it doesn't need that device necessarily, because you got the black smoke as a chemical agent that is what's winning the war for you. Is you're fighting dirty. You're throwing
Yeah.
chemical agents out there, and you're destroying whole sections of people just through a chemical agent. And that could have been played into this with the 9/11 contacts. I mean, you think about someone who not only directed Saving Private Ryan, but Schindler's List.
Yeah.
Wait, did Schindler's List come before? When was Schindler's List? That's 93. Yeah, the Schindler's List was 93. So I mean, you get that. I mean, and because of his dad was in World War II, he's got, because he's Jewish. I mean, there's that. There's just he's got that innate ability of what he could have done for this film. I mean, just is insane to even think about, and what he did with it is sort of perplexing, although it has its moments. I mean, that contextually, that moment of 9/11 is pretty. I mean, it's pretty horrifying, especially if you remember very well what it was like to be, alive and breathing that day, and having those news reports flood in, or people. And maybe even more amazing was the next day when you saw, kids on every corner selling newspapers. I never thought in a million years I would ever see that in my lifetime, but I saw it after 9/11. There were certain things he could have done. Saying that, I get Will's point. That set all that off to a side and try to imagine none of that ever happened. And you've got a pretty interesting movie that not only makes a point to comment on 9/11 pretty seriously, but you also have that, you guys mentioned that river scene, and I wonder if that was an homage or a nod to Rwanda, because a lot of the scenes of bodies floating down rivers was right from Rwanda in the 90s. All that carnage between the two tribes. And I wonder if he wasn't, commenting on that within the 9/11 context. But I think, one of the things that Wells, really tried to speak to was this notion of total war and what total war really looks like. And I think Spielberg only sort of scratched the surface of what that could have looked like in his movie. But, so I mean, and then I think that the whole character cast, I mean, I think it's lost somewhere in between. It's, it's not near as solid as the 53 version in terms of just how natural those characters carry, the parts that they have. Tom Cruise, I mean, I don't know. There's moments he comes across pretty strong. I like the moment where he's trying to digest or get his mind wrapped around the fact that he's got people covering him in dust.
That was a great scene.
That's amazing.
Was really effective. You get that moment where he faces off with Tim Robbins. I think that's really the only. I mean, even the moment where, he sort of tells his daughter, just cover your ears, Daddy's got to go do something pretty bad. That could have actually, I don't know, that just didn't quite come across as strong. I don't think if it was meant to, come across. I think in the it went in the novel, didn't he just knock the guy out and then he became cannon fodder for the machine to sort of drag them away?
I think so, yeah.
And then he's just sort of contemplated on, gee, I wonder if this guy's just going to get eaten or what. But for somebody, that we know very well what Spielberg is capable of and what he ultimately delivered. I think if you were someone who, was going right from 9/11 just a few years earlier into that theater, not really fully expecting what's the imagery of some of those scenes, it was really, really powerful. But it is a film, an entire film. I think there are reasons why the movie's not talked about as much anymore.
I think essentially what you have is how can I put this? It almost feels like this is a movie that Steven Spielberg made for a paycheck. You know, he's got stuff like Saving Private Ryan. He's got stuff like Schindler's List, which obviously feel like real, almost like passion projects. Where this feels almost more like, we need some money to pay for our house or whatever. Let's make a movie. It feels a bit more like a product, at least to me,
Mm,
than some of his other
comparable
work.
to the other projects.
Yeah, it's a damn good product, but that's just how it seems like to me.
no, I mean, I don't see it as like a paycheck opportunity, if you will.
Mhm.
I see it as, yes, wasted potential, but not. I mean, it's still really enjoyable for what
Oh,
it
it
is.
is.
I mean,
It is.
and I mean the well, at least for me, it was so terrifying. So I really love this film. I mean, it was really terrifying when
Yeah,
I saw it in theaters. So
definitely. I mean, and hell, like I said, the design of those ships alone, damn.
and the sound design again, like I said, like the
Yeah,
those damn, that's good.
yeah, yeah.
And
Well,
let's not forget who the grandparents are at the
I loved that. That was awesome.
end. Nothing like seeing Gene Barry and Ann Robinson one more time.
Yeah. It almost makes me wish that they could have made this like a sequel.
To the original.
Yeah. Made it they were the same they were those characters.
You know what's weird though is when Cruz first shows up at the door at the end and they come walking out, he
Mm,
does have an interesting, odd look in his eyes as he's looking at them.
yeah.
And I can't help not to think to myself, what is he actually trying to convey there? That, hey, wait a minute, didn't I see these two in another movie? I mean, it's a weird vibe look that he actually gives. It's not just, oh, there's the mom and dad I wish I had a relationship with, but because our marriage didn't work out, I've lost that part of my life, and in so doing, I mean, that's another interesting point of this film too. It's a broken family that ultimately, well, may not completely be mended in the end, but a lot of damage that had been done, you're led to believe has been repaired.
Yeah.
Relationships between him and his son, especially at the end, and of course, him and his daughter, and
But it works. It
yeah,
really works, I think.
yeah,
I mean, it's so like, there's no hope for anyone, that kid just runs up, oh, I want to help my country and shit. And by the end, well, he is not dead. I mean, it's plain simple like narrative, but still, I think it's effective.
I
you
just
know what?
wonder how did he not get dead?
Well, and that goes to what exactly I just wanted to say is, one of the scenes that really irritates the crap out of me is the fact that we're not allowed to see over the hilltop.
Oh yeah.
I hate that. What is the point? I want to. This is '05. You can show us over the hilltop. You don't have to not show us because we can't create in an impressive, amazing. That could have been the moment that really held the whole movie together in terms of
Yeah.
just keeping us, in this total war mode of, dude, humanity is on its way out, and you never ever. That's, I mean, except for that short few moments of that 9/11ish moment, you never ever really feel like humanity is on its way out in this movie. At least I not like Not like you do at the end of 53, where you just almost really do feel like the end is approaching and it's
Oh,
approaching
absolutely.
quickly.
53 is
Yep.
way more anxiety inducing
Oh
than
yeah, and even
2005
in
is.
the
I
radio
Yeah.
broadcast, the black smoke creeping along and just and it just yeah, you never really feel like humanity is literally on its way out, and then suddenly you get what you know you're gonna get. The machines topple over, and the alien falls out, and we realize that and too in the book, you get the imagery of the birds pecking at the alien flesh, but all we get in this adaptation is the aliens, I think, are pecking at the red weed, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
I almost kind of wish we could have seen them pecking at the alien. But you know what? It's too. I just thought about this. We didn't mention how in the beginning there is a little bit of interesting, sort of interesting foreshadow with his daughter when she has the sliver in her hand, and he's wanting to get it out for her, and she's not letting him, and she tells him, when my body decides it doesn't want it in it anymore, it'll get rid of it.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I thought about, is a little interesting foreshadow that when the world decides it doesn't need this entity or this virus in it anymore, it's gonna just pop it out.
Yeah.
Kind of an interesting little active foreshadow.
Yeah.
Meant interesting. I thought about that when I was rewatching it the other day. I just thought, oh, isn't that interesting? And she is irritating character in this movie.
Oh.
I mean, like Cruz has his moment with dealing with Tim Robbins. She has a few moments that that she seems genuinely sort of a bit freaked.
Yeah.
And what about when they go outside to look at the sky, that whole atmospheric thing that's going on? Did you catch who his neighbor was? The girl comes out with her baby.
Um, it was someone from the original, or
No. It's Holly from The Office, man. Michael dates her.
Man.
Holly, man, good old Holly. Yep. And you actually see
Good
her.
old
She comes out
Holly.
in the front of the apartment building, and as he's walking, and I love it though when he looks at his after he deals with his son with his car, and he's like, "Ever steal my car again? Call the cops."
That was great.
I mean, that was a genuine moment that seemed to come across, pretty genuine.
I like that part though when they're escaping, and they're driving along. He's like, "Why don't you take over driving?" He's like, "Well, I don't have a license.
Yeah.
Like, it's never stopped you before." Oh man.
One thing I picked up, there's nothing on my DVD. There is a short little a documentary on the making of it. It's not much, but they do point out one interesting little thing in there when we see the alien in the basement messing with the bicycle wheel.
Yeah.
The implication there, it was meant to be this notion that the alien is a bit quizzical, that our race would move forward with the concept of a wheel, and they didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that was in the documentary thing that sort of was mentioned.
Yeah. What do you think of the alien design?
In the remake, bro,
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, here's a question for you guys. Do you ever sit there, whether it's the 53 or this one or whatever, do you ever sit there and ask yourself, okay, I've seen the alien. Now, explain to me how it was that this alien was able to create this.
Yeah.
No,
Makes
not for
sense.
me. I mean, they have like the superior hand. I mean, by technology and shit. So no, not really.
I don't know. I just ever want. Not that it's a negative. I never see it as a negative. I just sit there and wonder. I try to imagine how is this thing able to create this piece of machinery with its physical form the way it looks. I don't know. Sometimes I think about that, but
That's one thing I got to admit I did kind of like. I liked the fact that, you know, the ships mirrored the aliens. So they had the same, like, leg layout, you know, the 3 legs and, like, the little tentacle thing, arm things. You know, I thought that was kind of cool. I like, you know, and it makes sense. I mean, if like a human was building a machine to like that had to walk, you'd build it with 2 legs because that's how we walk. You know, so it's kind of neat that, you know, they built their machines like them.
Yeah, I kind of see what you mean, but I mean, they are far superior and far more advanced than we are.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That's a thought. That's what they should have done. When the lightning was hitting at the beginning, that should have been them sending the ships. It should have been like a form of like teleportation.
well, I think that's what it was.
Well, the whole idea though is like the ships are already there.
Yeah,
They
but
go to make it, but like I mean, make it be that, you know, that's how the ships came. Like now, they came now.
I mean, well, who knows? I mean, maybe they were down there and just like some molecule shit, and they just, oh, let's drop some lightning and we'll have some huge tripods going for us.
Well, maybe that's it. Maybe they strip the materials out of the earth and build the machines.
Because, I mean, say what you
Yeah.
want, bro. The War of the World 2005, like I said, is pretty fucking scary, bro.
Yeah, it is.
It's
It really is.
that whole scene when everyone's like, oh, what's going on? And like you see just the how do you say it in English? Not asphalt. We say asphalt in French.
Yeah, the asphalt. Yeah.
Yeah, and pulsating and shit, and you see that huge thing comes, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is this?" And you hear that again,
Yeah.
process sound design, and like everyone is getting annihilated on the spot.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's neat. It really is. Have either of you seen the comic book they did of like War of the Worlds 2?
No.
The idea is like it's been X amount of years or whatever since the alien invasion, and they're coming back, but in the meantime, humans have like learned their technology, so they have like their
Okay, so it's literally War of the Worlds. It's like
yeah, except
us versus them.
yeah, except what they're bringing is like much, you know, they've evolved their machinery over the time, and humans have just kind of learned how to use their old stuff. Interesting premise.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, it'd be kind of cool to see, like, that's one thing I always thought would have been neat. I would have liked to have seen, well, this also kind of gets me because I was playing Jedi Fallen Order.
Also in game?
Yeah, if they could have got an alien ship and used it, like the humans.
Well, yeah, but alien ship are easy say, not easy do, I mean,
You never know. Apparently, you know, if they can be killed by germs, you never know.
Through that.
And I mean, hell, Tom Cruise was in one, pretty much, before he blew it up.
Yeah.
Now, we just have to say what was with the butthole on the ship.
The butthole on this ship.
That's totally what it was, the thing that sucked up Tom Cruise.
Oh.
It was a butthole. I don't care what people say. It was a butthole. Why does this ship have a butthole?
Diarrhea prevention.
Maybe, I don't know, man, but like I saw it and I'm like, oh, okay, like this is the way in, I guess, but I don't know.
So what did he ultimately give it then? A serious case of hemorrhoids or something?
Yep. Explosive diarrhea. Damn enchilada.
Well, you know that medicine. Well, we have this in Quebec City. That medicine that it's like in Quebec City we call it suppositoire. It's like something you.
Oh, suppositories?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you shove them up there and they make you crap.
Yeah, maybe that's what's up with the tribe, you know.
Tom Cruise is an intergalactic suppository. I have said it.
But
Man.
still an awesome film. I could rewatch this film over and over again.
It is fun. I would like to see, like I said, a better presentation of it.
Is it as bad as you make it out to be, though?
Honestly, it's like I have a lot of Blu-rays, and I've never been really disappointed by a transfer before, but I was quite disappointed with this. Honestly, I would put this on par. This might seem a bit a brutal comparison, but I would put this on par with like the Hell Knight Blu-ray.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about that, but now that you say that, I think about that when I put that thing in. They did not do much to clean that up.
No.
And that's not the only one like that. There seems like there's another one that's like that just has terrible.
Yeah.
What is it? Dang, what is it? It's not humongous, is it?
I don't know.
It seems like there's another one like that though. That's like where you watch it, it's like, holy crap, that's horrible. What happened?
Yeah.
I guess that's all they had to work with was that negative that they used.
Yeah. But it's the sort of thing. I mean, it's like, this is like a 2005 Steven Spielberg movie.
No, what doesn't look good either is the Arrow the heck Madman.
Yeah,
it's not as bad as Hell Knight, but it's still, it's kind of like, it's like, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you see the quality of like the Vinegar Syndrome we're putting out on stuff that has no business looking that good.
So is it that bad? That's the question.
Yeah, I think so. I would venture to say it's possibly one of the worst looking Blu-rays I've ever seen.
Really? Because with Hell Knight, there's actually scenes where it looks like the film is cut.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
Hell Knight came out in 1980.
Or something. I think it was made in 81 or something.
And we're talking about we're not even talking 19s, we're in like 2005 film.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I really didn't like it. I expected that quality from a DVD. I didn't expect it from a Blu-ray.
Is it a re-edition? Is it a reissue?
No, it was the
plain ass Blu-ray, like.
Yeah, but it came in a steel pack.
Steel. It's a steel book.
Not a steel book, steel pack.
What's a steel pack?
They got like a wonky looking spine. It's essentially a steelbook, but it has a wonky looking spine.
Okay.
Or an iron book, I think they call them sometimes.
Interesting.
It's
So
odd.
So is it like a new transfer, or is it like
No, it's just the same standard first, release Blu-ray. I got it when it first came out. I know that.
God damn?
Yeah.
That's the kind of film I would love to see, like let's say like just a double feature, like Vinegar Syndrome or Arrow, like just War of the Worlds, like
Yeah.
a double feature, like New Restoration, like oh god damn, like first day buy for sure.
Yeah. One thing I noticed when I was watching it, though, I wonder if I was to turn the color down on my TV and watch it in black and white, the 2005, I think that would look pretty damn good.
That's
Oh, to what? Yeah, I would. That's actually a good idea. I would do it for
Yeah.
real.
Because it's already kind of like a dead color palette to begin with. So strip all the color out to begin, like all of it, and just
Damn, you got me intrigued now.
yeah. I may
yeah,
have to check that out.
yeah. Because I was just thinking when I was watching it, like, this might look pretty good in black and white.
I wonder how the heat rays and stuff would look like.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, might look good. You never know.
It's funny. You watch, as much, and rightfully so, as much as the CGI is absolutely horrible in that 2011 The Thing. When
Yeah,
when you watch it in black and white, though, it neutralizes a lot of that.
yeah,
Absolutely, I can agree with you. I mean, I used to despise this film so much, but I tried and I watched the original. Not the original, but the thing from John Carpenter. And
yeah.
well, I'm not a hater of semi prequel that came out in
11.
2011. Yeah. Um, I don't hate it, but if you watch this film, and you know what's crazy, what made me appreciate this film even more, and it's really bizarre to say the least,
Mhm.
but I turned down any color on my TV,
Yes.
but I put I put it on mute.
It's kind of like I turned off the color and I turned off the sound,
Yeah,
and it
and
was
I was
Really?
just reading out the
subtitles.
subtitles.
Huh.
And I played even worse than that. I played it in slow mo.
What?
Why would you watch it in slow motion?
I was just curious. I mean, I was just curious because the thing is something so close to my heart and shit. So I was like, might as well try this out. And last summer I did so, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the 2011 ones way better than I ever expected to do so by doing this. So
you know what two films I thoroughly enjoyed by doing the same thing with? The Texas Chainsaw, the original Texas Chainsaw
Yeah.
is actually,
by
for me
slowing down, or
personally, it's
just
even
by
more
slowing down,
frightening.
or well, by slowing down, or just putting
No,
in
just the
black and white.
black and white.
Okay.
That to me, it's even more frightening watching the black and white. It just, I don't know. There's just something about. But Dawn of the Dead too. I watched that black and white once, and it just, of course, you remove all the pasty, colors of the zombie, and that I actually really enjoyed watching that in black and white. But nothing may be better than the 2011 thing, just to neutralize that bad CGI.
You know what? I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I love
I'm
to
gonna
do
try that.
those kind of thing. Really.
You know what you gotta do? You gotta find a movie with really bad CGI and try it with that.
Ever watched Halloween, the original in black and white?
No.
It does it does it work?
It works. It works so well.
I'll have to give it a shot. I mean, honestly, that's sort of a thing. Like, I wish they'd do more movies in black and white, honestly. But
Well,
One film that doesn't work if you turn up off the colors. I tried it.
Suspiria.
No, not Suspiria. Jaws.
yeah, you're right. I tried that too. I could not do it.
Jaws
It
doesn't
does
work without the
no,
colors.
no, not at all.
Wow. I mean,
Nope.
you would have thought it would. I mean, really.
No. Well, I do you guys own both the Darabont's special release of the Mist in Black and White, the what would they call it? The crap, I
Yeah.
forget what they called it. And then the George Miller's black and white edition of Fury Road.
I have the Mist, but I don't have the Fury Road black and white.
Fury Road is so well. They're both so beautiful. It's because it's not that you just turned the color off, but they literally went in there and painted with black, with the colors, the grays and the white, the blacks.
Yeah, the
the
color
white.
scheme
It's so
really
gorgeous.
works with it.
That's
It's so gorgeous. The only
But let me say it right away. The one film that was released in color and shit that I turned I watched in black and white. Really, that's the one that did it for me, and that's the one that I watched and I was like, oh, I gotta try this with some other flicks, and that was Duel.
Oh yeah.
huh? Yeah, I could see why that would work.
Duel
Nice.
black and white. Ah, damn.
It makes you think. Maybe that's like a whole. Someone should be releasing movies, black and white
telling you,
versions of.
If
current
they
movies.
released the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre in a beautiful black and white edition, I would buy tomorrow.
Oh, same.
But I don't think it would work with the second one though.
No.
That
No.
movie is motivated by its color scheme. It's
Yeah, it really is.
I mean,
The more
the movie is
the more the film is grim and
yes.
it's it wouldn't work with two, I think.
Yeah.
No. But that's funny that both me and you saw that with Jaws. That's funny.
Yeah, with Jaws, just it's not
Dawn of the Dead though, I loved watching that.
Day of the Dead in black and white. I tried, but
Yeah, see,
Dawn never did it though.
No, I don't think that would work with Day.
It worked
Yeah.
pretty well, but I mean, it's let's say you watch Day of the Dead for the first time in black and white. Let's say it's your first like viewing experience and you watch it in black and white. I don't think it's gonna work. But if you're used to this film, you saw it multiple times, it can work, I think. But
I wonder if the new Child's Play would work in black and white.
that's a good question, bro. Because you know how much I love Child's Play, bro. That
Yeah.
the remake of Child's Play, I love it, bro.
I still haven't seen that. The remake?
It's damn good, honestly.
Yeah, motherfucker, you bought it lately, right?
Yeah, I just grabbed it a bit back. So I'm quite happy about that.
It's good. It's so good. I'm so curious. I'm really
Here, I've got it. Killer Crocodile in black and white.
Would work.
It probably would. I mean, it couldn't really get any worse.
The Child's Play remake, you haven't seen it. So when are we scheduling that Child's Play show, guys.
Yes, we'll have to. After the Lovecraft show
Yeah, after the
and
Lost
the
Crush
Werewolf
show.
show.
So both of you have seen Colors out of space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm the only one who haven't seen it.
Oh, you
Yeah,
still haven't seen it?
Well, the
Uh,
problem is, you can't get it up here.
but
I'd get mine.
like Glenn was like 10 out of 10, I think he said.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably the best modern Lovecraft film.
Yeah, I'd agree with yeah, since you said modern. Yeah.
Yeah. When it
Dude,
comes
God damn, you got
I'm
me
hooked.
intrigued there,
Dude,
guys.
I'm hypnotized, man, right from the opening frame.
yeah,
I don't know what it is about just looking up
Try
at
and
the
stay
trees.
spoiler free though.
yeah,
Just looking up at the trees, man. I don't know. It's like I'm sucked in right then.
yeah.
Few movies suck me in opening frame. That one doesn't, man.
So
Opening frame.
it's really worth my time. Is that what y'all saying?
Definitely. It's one of those ones like since it's like come out in like 2020, I guess I'll call it a 2020 movie. I think it's 2019 actually, but currently it's probably number one movie of the year.
Really?
At least for me. I mean, and I think it's going to be kind of hard to beat.
Yeah, it's easily one of the best movies I've seen this year so far.
Yeah.
What about the Fear footage? Have you watched the Fear footage?
We talked about that. You forgot our conversation on that?
You gotta see it. You gotta see it.
You did see it.
We talked about it.
Yeah, but you still gotta see it again.
Yeah, there you go. And then see part 2. Yeah, so I guess we should probably do ratings for the 2005.
Okay. Who's gonna go first?
I'll go.
Mhm.
Enjoyment. I go 8. There's certain pieces of Spielberg there.
Here comes that motherfucker who's like, oh no, I can't see why they didn't do this and that, but enjoyment, hate. I'm pulling out the hate.
Hate. I hate the fact I'm saying 8. 8. 7 rewatch, and I think yeah, Rent by definitely. I think because it's one of the first movies that really does contextually try to deal with 9/11, and I think that's interesting, and that needs to be seen in light of 9/11, and just as an adaptation of War of the Worlds, H.G. Wells. Although I still think maybe the biggest the biggest goof is putting the machines under the ground. I thought that was just idiotic, but seeing them come out of the ground is pretty interesting. But just the idea they've been there is, I don't know. I wish he would have done something else. But anyways.
Yeah. What about you, Will?
For me, it's a solid 9.5, really, overall. I mean, War of the World, the 2005 film really holds a special place in my heart. I mean, it's one of the first like horror sci-fi film I saw in the theaters, and it was really something for me. I was like, and especially with that, what I told you about, like my father. Listen to this,
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, so yeah, for me, I'd say really 8.5 overall. I mean, sound design, set pieces. I mean, there's a lot going for this film, so 8.5. When it comes to rewatchability, I say a 10. I mean, grab a couple of beers with some friends. When the Corona shit is over, I mean, you're gonna have a blast. I mean, just
Yeah.
have 3, 4 friends and watch this shit, and you're gonna have a blast. Buy a rent, buy, but not on Blu-ray apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, overall, it's a 7.5. Um, for rewatchability, I give it I'll say like a 9, but that's mainly because if I can see a better print of it, maybe I'd like it more. But it's a fun movie, and rent or buy, I'll say buy. Even the Blu-ray, it's cheap now. You can get it for like $5. But honestly, someone needs to hit us up with a good, remaster of that.
Like a Scream Factory release would be good.
That would be awesome, yeah. Scream Factory, Arrow, but it's like a Universal movie, right? So
Yeah.
Universal will probably just repackage the old Blu-ray again.
Through that. So,
Yeah.
to every motherfucker enjoying that show, I hope you enjoyed that quarantine. I hope you will put a motherfucking smile on your face now that you listen to that shit we talk for, what, like 3 or 4 hours or
5.5.
5.5 hours. So, yeah, you better
Yeah.
enjoy it, motherfuckers. So yeah, we
Yeah.
appreciate every single one of you. We got a Patreon, but it's free, so you don't have to pay. You just gotta say you enjoy it.